with the activity as lined up. And first up, before we begin, I am one of the people that believe that we are in existence because of a creator, either by any means, but we believe there is a creator. So if anybody is here and is touched to lead us into a short prayer, could be a Buddhist prayer, it could be an Hindu prayer, it could be a Christian prayer, traditional prayer. Thank you very much. I think we have a nominee here.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for the gift of our lives. We thank you that we are healthy and strong to attend today's program. The Bible says, commit your ways into the hands of the Lord and you will make it to prosper. Therefore, we commit this program in your hands. We ask that, Lord, make it to prosper. Let it succeed. Help us, O God, to share knowledge, insight, wisdom, that, Lord, in the end will benefit Ghana and the world at large. Thank you. In Jesus' most mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. That was really powerful. Thank you so much, sir, for that amazing prayer. We jump straight into the first activity for the day, and that is a welcome address. And speaking on behalf of Mr. Daniel Nkrumah, who is the Municipal Coordinating Director, the MCD of Ladade Kotopon Municipal Assembly, Mr. Bonaparte Ni Ashite Olenu, who is the Senior Social Development Officer of LADMA. And just a few about Mr. Bonaparte. He has more than 15 years professional experience in community development practices, and he is an alumnus of UCC and Institute of Local Government Studies. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Bonaparte.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm here representing, as has been said by the MC, the Municipal Coordinating Director for Ladade Kotopon Municipal Assembly, Honorable Reverend Daniel Nkrumah, is on another equally important assignment this morning. Speech delivered by Honorable Reverend Daniel Nkrumah, Municipal Coordinating Director for Ladade Kotopon Municipal Assembly at the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel on 6th September 2024 on the occasion of Clean Air Conference on commemoration of International Clean Air Day for Blue Skies. Honorable Minister, invited guests, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. It gives me pleasure to welcome you to the Clean Air Conference 2024, being hosted by the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO, in my municipality, the Ladade Kotopon Municipal, the gateway to Ghana. The International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, dedicated to the pursuit of clean air and healthier environment, is not only an opportunity for reflection, but also a call to action for all of us who inhabit and care for our communities. In recent years, the challenges posed by air pollution have become increasingly apparent, affecting our health, environment, and even our economy. The World Health Organization estimates that air pollution is responsible for millions of premature deaths globally each year. In our communities, the impacts are felt in the rising incidences of respiratory illnesses, the degradation of our natural surroundings, and the strain on our healthcare system. However, amidst these challenges, there are promising initiatives that offer hope and a path forward. On such initiative that I am particularly proud to highlight today is the Zero Waste Accra project, spearheaded by the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO. The Zero Waste Accra project is an innovative and transformative initiative that seeks to address one of the root causes of air pollution, waste mismanagement. By promoting sustainable waste management practices, the project has reduced the volume of waste that ends up in our landfills, where it decomposes and emits harmful greenhouse gases, and to prevent the open burning of waste, which releases dangerous pollutants into the air. Through community engagement, education, and practical intervention, GAYO has been at the forefront of mobilizing youth and community members to adopt zero waste practices. They have implemented waste segregation programs, composting projects, and plastic recycling initiatives that not only mitigate pollution, but also create green jobs to promote a circular economy within our city, particularly in my municipality. The impact of Zero Waste Accra project is already being felt. Neighborhoods that once struggled with indiscriminate dumping and burning of waste are now cleaner and healthier. Moreover, the project has fostered a sense of responsibility and ownership among residents who are increasingly embracing sustainable practices in their daily lives. But the success of this project, and indeed our broader efforts to achieve clean air, requires the collective action of all stakeholders. The Ladade-Kotopon Municipal Assembly is committed to supporting such initiatives and to implement policies that will ensure a cleaner, healthier environment for all our citizens. We will continue to collaborate with organizations like GAYO, community members, and the private sector to scale up the efforts and make Zero Waste Accra not just an aspiration, but a reality. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, as we mark International Clean Air Day for Blue Skies, let us remember that the quality of our air is not merely a measure of environmental health, but also a reflection of our commitment to the well-being of current and future generations. It is our duty to act, to innovate, and to collaborate in order to secure a future where clean air is the norm, not the exception. In closing, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this conference, to the Green Africa Youth Organization for their tireless efforts, to the partners and the funders, including the UMI Fund, Clean Air Fund, Global Methane Hub, and the UNDP Ghana. As we support GAYO to scale up the project, your continued financial commitment remains paramount for its success. To all of you here today for your dedication to this critical cause. Together we can and we will make a difference. May your skies become blue and may they forever remain so. Thank you very much.
You can do it better. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonapani Ashite Olenu. We appreciate this message so much. Thank you. Up next is a keynote speech, and speaking on behalf of the Honorable Greater Accra Regional Minister, Honorable Ni Kwate Titus Glover, is Honorable Ni, I beg your pardon. We have Honorable Fuseni Issa, former MP for Okaikwe North, who currently works at the Office of the Regional Minister and is an investment banker and an accountant. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Honorable Fuseni Issa.
Good morning, everyone. The
Chief Executive and Management Team of Green Africa Youth Organization. Are there any MCs here? No? Right. The country lead, our respected traditional authorities, distinguished panel of experts, our media partners, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reading this speech on behalf of the regional minister who would have loved to be here himself, but has had to attend to equally very important business elsewhere. He asked me to extend his felicitations to you and to deliver the speech. I am honored to be invited as a keynote speaker for this Clean Air Conference 2024 by the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO. Indeed, let me take this opportunity to commend the team from GAYO for extending an invitation to me and giving us this platform to discuss a crucial issue like air pollution. We are gathered here today not just as individuals, but as a collective community, united by a shared purpose of ensuring a cleaner air and a healthier future for generations to come. As many of you are aware, air pollution is an urgent global crisis, but here in Ghana, it presents a particularly pressing challenge. Rapid urbanization and industrial activities have led to a significant deterioration in our air quality, affecting the health and well-being of our communities, especially for us in the densely populated places like Accra. Vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, waste pickers, and those with pre-existing health conditions face the grave consequences of poor air quality more acutely than others. It is against this backdrop that we must all collectively join GAYO in their pursuit of creating awareness of air pollution on her and the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed that the Green Africa Youth Organization has taken this initiative to organize this week-long celebration of action and awareness, together with our collaborators, the Lada de Kotopon, Lejokuku, Ablekuma West, Kole Klote, and my own Okankwe North assemblies. This conference seeks to draw attention to the critical need for cleaner air and engage each one of us, in meaningful activities designed to enhance our collective impact. With the invaluable support from the Clean Air Fund and Global Methane Hub, I am hopeful that we will be able to showcase successful strategies, advocate for robust air quality regulations, and strengthen our partnerships across sectors. Over the next few days, our discussion should be centered around 4 key objectives. 1, increasing understanding. We must deepen our understanding of the profound impact that air pollution has on our health and environment. 2, advocating for change. Together, we will advocate for more stringent regulations and their enforcement to protect our citizens from the dangers of polluted air. 3, sharing best practices. This conference is an opportunity for us to exchange innovative solutions and success stories, particularly highlighting GAYO's zero waste initiatives that align with our goals. And 4, strengthening collaborations. It is essential to foster partnerships among government agencies, NGOs, academia, and the private sector to ensure a united front in addressing air quality issues. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in robust discussions, I encourage each of you to share your insights, experiences, and innovative ideas throughout the sessions. Your voices are essential as we embark on producing actionable strategies that can make a real difference in our communities. Let this conference be a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility towards safeguarding the air we breathe. Together, we can catalyze the actions necessary for achieving clean air while ensuring justice and equity for all members of our society, especially the most vulnerable amongst us. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful and stimulating discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Please, you can do better. Thank you. We continue. I want to put out a very important reminder that this conference is being hosted by the Green Africa Youth Organization in collaboration with Ladade Kutupon, Municipal Assembly, Lejekoku, Ablekuma West, and Kolek Kloti, with support from the Clean Air Fund and Global Methane Hub. And ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to this conference. If you just join in, we are doing a round of important speeches and keynote speeches from our guest today. Media, please, if you are ready, you give me a cue so we receive a solidarity message from one of the people that have supported this project. So going on to the internet land, we are going to receive a solidarity message from Mr. Desmond Appiah, who is the country lead for Clean Air Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Desmond Appiah.
Good morning and welcome to the Clean Air Conference. It's unfortunate I cannot be there with you today because I'm at Amsen in Abidjan. My name is Desmond Appiah. I'm the country lead for Clean Air Fund in Ghana. Clean Air Fund is a philanthropic organization which is pursuing clean air for all. And I have to emphasize, for all. It means we don't want anybody to be left behind. The UN has declared access to clean air as a basic human right. And our work is to promote the pursuit of this human right in all parts of the world. It is very exciting to see that all stakeholders in the climate and air pollution space are here today, because both the issues of air pollution and climate are two sides of the same coin. In Ghana, our key sources of air pollution and climate change are from the forestry, agriculture, land use management, transportation, natural background, dust and the like, and burning of refuse due to poor waste management. It is part of the reason why Clean Air Fund has partnered with GAYO, the Green Africa Youth Organization, and Global Methane Hub to work or expand a project which seeks to open up opportunities for recycling, for reduction of waste to landfill, for reducing the opportunities for waste burning, and creating employment through equity considerations, bringing in the informal sector, and appreciating the role and the extent of their impact in assuring improved waste management and reduced waste burning, which impacts our health. In 2021, according to the Health Effects Institute, over 8 million people died around the world from air pollution-related diseases. More than 700 children under 5 died from air pollution related diseases. Air pollution is the second highest cause of deaths, mostly in South Asia and Africa. In Ghana, WHO has reported that over 28,000 people die each year from air pollution related diseases. And in Accra, close to 18,000 people die from air pollution related diseases. Air pollution is real and it is with us. A lot of our local assemblies have looked at their health information, and it is showing that in the top 3 causes of diseases or causes of visitation to hospitals, air pollution is always featuring. This calls for action. It calls for us to reorient how we're thinking about issues of air pollution, its impact on our health, and its impact on our economy. Because the World Bank has told us from their research that Ghana loses about $2.5 billion each year from air pollution related causes. The assemblies in Accra have been reviewing the health data and relating that to the pollution levels that we are seeing. And clearly, over the past 5 years, issues of reporting to hospitals with strokes, lung cancer, or lung diseases, heart diseases are going up. Air pollution from households are also causing more cataracts. And so this is a call on all of us to work together and to look at the dual challenge of air pollution and climate and realize that we can together be able to help to improve the system for all of us. I really wish I was there to join in this deliberation, but I wish you all great deliberation, and we look forward to working together with all our partners to ensure that we have clean air for blue skies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for Mr. Desmond Appiah, joining us all the way from Côte d'Ivoire. Please, up next is a presentation on GAYO Zero Waste project, and this is going to be done by one of the key conveners of this conference under the auspices of highly distinguished Desmond Alegunoa. Please help me welcome as Zero Waste Project Manager for GAYO, Mr. Jacob Johnson Aktapa. Please, a round of applause for him.
Hello. Thank you very much, Ernest. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacob Johnson Atakpa, and it gives me great pleasure, and of course it's an honor, to speak on behalf of the Green Africa Youth Organization. Before we jump into the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the reps of the regional minister, the MC and MCD of Ladade-Kotopon municipality, the reps of various coordinating directors as well as chief executives of the various municipalities here in Accra. I'd also like to acknowledge the various SHEP coordinators, the health promotion officers, metro, municipal, and district environmental health officers, as well as our partners who are supporting the events, Clean Air Fund, Global Methane Hub, GAYA, and of course all of you for being here with us today. Media, if we are ready, please give me a cue and we can proceed. The Green Africa Youth Organization is a youth-led organization founded in 2014. So essentially, we've been around for a decade, And we're founded to foster a human desire to follow natural laws and adopt a sustainable lifestyle that is in harmony with the environment. We try to do this by working at the intersection of climate change, circular economy, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable agriculture. And recently we veered into the area of renewable energy transition, trying to provide a just transition for workers in the informal sector as well as the value chain. Our mission is to research and provide solutions to our continent's pressing environmental issues through youth engagement, empowerment, and amplification, as well as public education. We are currently present and have offices in Ghana, which is the headquarters, in Botswana, as well as in Uganda. But we have several projects in other parts of Africa like Mali, Kenya, and even presence in other parts of the world like Costa Rica, Poland, and other global south countries due to the presence of our youth climate councils. I mentioned earlier of our thematic areas, and on these, climate change, circular economy, disaster risk reduction. But I also like to acknowledge our eco clubs, which I always like to refer to as the youth wing of the youth organization, because we empower students, young people, to be able to find the solutions to the problems that face them the most. And so we have a presence in 28, universities in Africa that is building the capacity of the next generation of environmental leaders. Our goal primarily with the Zero Waste Project is to deliver a community-led and local government-partnered solution to pressing environmental problems. Notable amongst those are the threat of pollution, which is air, waste, chemicals, but as well as the other fringe issues that come along with them. That is the importance of providing green jobs for communities that are most vulnerable, or what we like to call frontline communities that are battling with the health issues of pollution. The preconditions for our solutions to work are that the problem of waste mismanagement, air pollution, has to be profound, and then there must be a willingness to deal with it. That is to say that there must be commitments from all the stakeholders across the entire value chains that are willing to deal with the problem. And this, I'm proud to say, the Ladade Kotopong and partner communities within Accra have been a major contribution to. The requirements for these things to happen are, of course, the community's willingness to engage, the municipal assembly's willingness to also partner with us to deliver those solutions, as well as individuals' commitment to be able to implement the solutions that we prefer. We assume that the science behind all that we are doing is sound because our solutions are grounded in science, in research, and that the solutions that we adapt from other parts of the world are going to work within our local context due to similar socio-economic structures. The interventions that we provide look like source segregation of waste, composting of organics, recycling of recyclables, urban gardening, quantity of waste diverted from landfills, open burning pits, and improved livelihood, because you cannot decouple environmental issues from social issues. They are one and the same. So you'd see that the waste situation in Accra, and permits me to generalize other parts of Ghana, looks like this, where there is continuous burning of waste, where a lot of waste is mixed up, and then you have the production of toxic gases at landfills and dumping sites. And if you look at the next slide, this is also similar to other parts of Accra and even in Ghana, where a lot of waste is mixed. The problem with this is that when you mix your waste, the science will tell you that the organics that is mixed with your other forms of non-degradables are going to undergo a process called putrefaction and produce methane gas, which is approximately about 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide, which is a gas responsible for climate change, whose effects we are still reeling from. So the process started somewhere in Edubiase, New Edubiase, in the Adanse South District. We started with community engagement and mobilization. We continued with waste assessment and brand audits. That is to say, we need to see what the waste structure within the community looks like before we profess solutions, because there's no custom solution that fits every box or that checks every table. And then we continued with stakeholder engagements because if you prefer a solution, all the people along the value chain have to accept that the solution is going to work and have to be committed to implementing the solution. The impact from that was that we had reduced burning of slashes and burning within farmlands, because the previous solution for a lot of people to deal with agricultural waste was to just slash and burn the waste on their farms. Then we moved to the market where we had segregation at source. So markets in Adansi South or in Edubiase were now segregating their waste at source. The importance of this is that when you segregate at source, it's easy to recycle and process the waste, where you don't have organic waste being mixed with other forms of recyclables like paper or plastic and the likes. And then households, of course, stop burning their waste because of an intervention I'll tell you later about. And then we had centralized and household composting. What that looks like is that for the waste that are collected from majority of the institutions around, those are taken to very specific places called material recovery facilities, where we're able to process the waste. But for households, they have the liberty of turning their organic waste into compost and keeping the recyclables for a very important group of people known as waste pickers and the informal sector to collect. The success of that project meant that we needed to expand our scope. So in 2021, we moved to Accra. And in Accra, we sort of engaged with several municipalities, but the Ladade-Kotopon municipality welcomed us wholeheartedly. And again, because you need to understand the problem, and because civil society organizations like us, experts, cannot understand the problem more than the people living with the problem, we had to continue with community engagement and mobilization. And there we continued with our waste assessment and brand audits. And this was important because, again, you need to know what the waste profile is before you prefer a solution. We continued that with several stakeholder engagements and consultations that we realized in different documents I'll talk to you about very soon. So what the brand audits look like is that we are able to see the waste profile. We go to public dump sites, we collect the waste, and then we count the number of polluters or the people responsible for the pollution. Unfortunately, in Ghana, we do not have what we call an extended producer responsibility, where if you manufacture or you produce something, you're responsible for the end of life of that product. And so what we do with our brand audits is to be able to see the profile of the waste, identify the top polluters who are not responsible for the end of life of those products, and we use that data to inform the various partners that we work with. Paramount among them are the National Plastic Action Partnership, as well as the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. That is currently negotiating a global plastics treaty that hopes to end the scourge of plastic pollution globally. From that, we build the capacity of the informal waste sector. And they are an important group of people because a research by the Greater Accra Resilience and Integrated Development in 2021 found that they are responsible for about 50% collection of waste in the city. And so those aboboyas and people that we walk past in our streets who we think are a nuisance to us, they are in fact responsible for half of the waste collection services in Accra. That is to say that if they decided to go on a strike today, the waste that we see that they are collecting would flood Accra and we'll be in trouble. And so next time you meet any tricycle rider collecting waste or any individual picking waste from the streets, you need to appreciate the work that they do. Moving on from that, we essentially created an economic model with the help of UNDP around waste recovery. What we did was to create a model where, as opposed to households sort of paying for their waste to be collected, if you segregate your waste and you have it in the various components, waste pickers come, they take your waste, and then they pay you a token for segregating your waste. What that meant was that you're able to now segregate your waste at the household properly, and then waste pickers are earning better livelihood because they don't have to spend more money in segregating the waste or washing the waste before they sell to recyclers, and that's an important part of the model. We're currently diverting a monthly average of, give or take, 30 tons from landfills, burning pits, and other marine and terrestrial ecosystems. The importance of this is that you are able to compost your waste, but you're also able to keep materials in circulation to promote circular economy. And that is the fundamental of the SDG 12, which is for responsible production and consumption. The compost is important because as opposed to sending it to a landfill where it produces methane, you're able to return the carbon back into the soil, but also abate the production of methane, which is a very potent greenhouse gas. Then we moved on to building capacity of the people who are responsible for environment and sanitation within our municipal assemblies. And by those, I mean the gallant environmental health officers within the Greater Accra region. Because in order for the solution to work again, the implementing partners must understand the solution and see that it is viable for the communities that they serve. Moving on from there, we integrated the waste pickers into three municipal waste management services, i.e. Lejokuku, Ladade Kotopong, as well as the Ga East assemblies. And this was important because while they are collecting about 50% of the waste, there was no clear-cut structure that rewarded their efforts or that acknowledged them as key players in the industry. And in order for us to do that, we needed to engage, understand the scale of the problem, and then suggest what the solutions look like. And so this is an echo to all the informal sector workers within Gamma and beyond. Through the various stakeholder consultations that we did, as well as the brand audits and all that, we're now able to put together what we call a zero waste framework for the city of Accra. What this looks like is that it's a manual that shows you how to implement a zero waste system. While the foundation of this was from Accra, it's a document that can be easily adaptable to other parts of the world, particularly in the global south. And so it is from this document that we've scaled the Zero Waste Accra project to Kampala as well as in Gaborone. And so this document is a very important one, and if you go to our website, you'll be able to see the document. But again, there are certain postcards on your table, and you can scan and access the documents from there. Beyond the fact that this document was released for the city of Accra, you can also look at this document and implement a household zero waste system. And then there's more plastics that is at the MRF. But the question that often comes is, when you collect waste, because of the terminology that comes with waste, what do you do with it? The first thing we do with organic waste is to be able to compost it. And generally speaking, three types of composting: aerobic, vermicomposting, and the anaerobic composting. The importance of the aerobic composting is that you allow the organic waste to go through a natural decomposition process in the presence of oxygen. That way, you do not produce methane. But for households who want to recoup a lot of the waste that they produce, they prefer anaerobic composting, which is the one that produces the biogas or the biogas digester. They're able to harvest the methane and use to power households. And then the plastic goes into a lot of the recycling. There's a very strategic approach to urban gardening. So the urban gardening was rolled out in phase 2 of the Zero Waste Accra project. And what that did was to make use of the organic waste from households. The organic waste from households was then composted, and then we gave back to the households to set up urban garden for themselves. And that urban gardening was to be able to produce crops, vegetables, and then sometimes fruits for the households, reducing the dependence on markets as well as increasing food security within the households. What essentially the urban gardening strategy tries to do is to enhance food safety through the promotion of organic crop cultivation. And so if you look at the pictures down there, you can see our office somewhere here, and we usually harvest lettuce, okra, and the likes from that garden. It's a very good one because occasionally I get lettuce and tomatoes to be able to take home. And so at this point, I'd like to also acknowledge our urban farming officer, Maxwell, who is doing an amazing job with the farm. Moving on, and so these are outputs from the farm that we have at the office, or the garden that we have at the office. There's some section of organic waste that is very hard to degrade. And those are the kinds of waste that we see around coconut husk and the likes. The solution that we've also preferred for this is to be able to convert this waste into charcoal briquettes. And that is important because you're able to produce fuel for cooking that is clean. Essentially, it does not emit smoke. And so the organic waste is decarbonized, and then you're able to have smokeless charcoal briquettes for clean cooking for individuals who still want to enjoy their char-grilled chicken and the likes. The informal waste sector. And I've previously mentioned that they are an important part of the solution, because they collect 50% of the waste. And they are responsible for close to 45% of recycling in low-income countries. The challenges faced are that they are not recognized as legitimate actors in the waste management sector. There's negative attitudes and perceptions that are attached to them, as well as neglected, harassed, and cheated in terms of remuneration for their services. And I've always been saying that for the work that the informal sector does, we need to be paying them and not necessarily having them pay us to collect the waste. And so there are several issues on what we can do with them. And the solution is to form a national association of waste pickers and the informal sector. That way, their voice is heard properly. They're able to say their own stories, as opposed to having people like myself say the stories for them, because there is no experience that is more important than lived experience. At this point, I'd like to bring my presentation to a close and thank you for the keen attention. My call to action is that as we are engaging in dialogue today, we need to be able to understand the role that each of us is playing within the waste sector and ensure that we're able to abate methane, we're able to clean our air by stopping open burning of waste, as well as other sources of air pollution within the city of Accra. And on this note, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob. Please, let's give him a hand one more time. That was so precise, apt, and demure. Thank you, Jacob. I would like us to receive another solidarity message from an important personality that's just joined us. She is Honorable Rita Na Adulesoa, who was the first female member of parliament for La Dada de Kutupon constituency on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress, a native of La, and has served as a municipal chief executive for Ladma from 2013 to 2017, and the current ruling MP for La. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Honorable Rita Na Adulesoa.
Thank you very much, MC. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to see you in the Dadekotopon constituency. And I'm here on behalf of the good people of Dadekotopon. Honorable guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to join you today at this important conference organized by the Green Africa Youth Organization in commemoration of the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. On behalf of the good people of La Dadekotopon constituency, I stand here in full solidarity with this cause that affects every one of us. Air pollution is one of the most pressing environmental and public health challenges of our time across the world, and especially in fast-growing urban centers like Accra. The quality of the air we breathe is under severe attack. In La Dadekotopon, like many parts of Greater Accra, we see firsthand the consequences of the unchecked pollution, poor waste management, vehicle emissions, and the burning of refuse continue to degrade the air we breathe, putting our health in danger. And this is one area, as municipal chief executive at the time, I championed so much. And so I worked in collaboration with the Chado community to make sure that people stopped burning refuse anyhow. And so I support this cause, and I want to appeal to all of us. We shouldn't end with a conference, but wherever we are, we should make sure and advocate for the need that we do not have to burn refuse, but refuse has to be collected the way it has to be collected. But today, we also recognize that there is hope and an opportunity for change. I commend the Green Africa Youth Organization for their commitment to taking this challenge head on. Through initiatives like their Zero Waste Accra project, which has been in operation in my constituency for 4 years now, GAYO is empowering our communities with practical solutions to improve waste management and reduce pollution. Their focus on youth engagement, community education, and sustainable waste practices shows that local action can lead to transforming change, as we have seen the filth in our streets reduce drastically. As the Member of Parliament for Dadekotopon constituency, I fully support efforts to create cleaner, healthier environments for all our citizens. I am committed to advocating for stronger environmental practices, policies, improved waste management systems, and greater investment in clean energy solutions. We must work together, governments, civil society, private sector, and local communities to create a future where clean air is a right enjoyed by all, not a privilege for a few. This solidarity is not only about addressing our pollution, but also about protecting the health of our families, creating green jobs for our youth, women, and people living in vulnerable communities, and safeguarding our environment for future generations. Let us use this day to renew our commitment to these goals and take meaningful actions to preserve our beautiful blue skies. In closing, I thank the Green Africa Youth Organization for their leadership and vision, and I thank all of you here today for your dedication to making a difference. Together, we can build a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable Ladadekotopon, Accra, and Ghana. I wish to thank you all. Like I said in the beginning, let's continue to advocate for a healthier environment. Let's look around us. Look at the beach. You go there, the whole beach is polluted. Look at our environment. Because people cannot pay for the waste, like the other speaker said, we need to even pay them for the waste, because we can do a lot with the waste. Because they cannot pay for the waste, they dump indiscriminately, and that doesn't help us as a society. So I wish all of us well in this conference. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Retana Odelisoa, who is the current MP for Ladadekotopon constituency. Please, a round of applause for her again. I was informed earlier that we do not have the program outlines on the table yet, so I'll just run you quickly through the outline, particularly the next activities in line, so that we stay put or we are all in sync in the program. In the next couple of minutes, there will be a series of panels. We are going to have a high plenary session, and we will have a technical and expert session, and there's going to be an innovative solution session. So 3 panels, which is briefly but very educating and informative. And the panel structure is going to be as such. I will introduce the moderator for the session, and the moderator takes over the moderation of the entire session until the next session. So, moving on to our first panel, which is the high-level plenary. To do us the honors to moderating this session is an ace broadcast journalist, particularly from Ghana Television, GTV, Mrs. Maltiti Saida Sadiq. Please, a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Maltiti will take the seat and moderate the panel thereafter. Please, let's give it up one more time for her as she mounts the stage.
Thank you so much, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You all look beautiful this morning. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being here, being committed to be here. You all have, I'm sure, equally important assignments to be at. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. I'm an award-winning broadcast journalist with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I co-host The Breakfast Show, and I host Within Africa as well. I do sports presentation and reporting too, and I own an award-winning social enterprise, Maltiti Care International. We're into maternal health and fistula awareness. So welcome. Now, we have our big men and women here. We always need experience and wisdom when it comes to these things so that they can help us spearhead the discussions and get to know what we're missing, what we need to look at, and what we can do to ensure that we have clean air and our climate. I mean, if you're from the north right now, you see how hard climate change is dealing as a blow with the issues of no rainfall, farmers are struggling, there's idleness, and what are the other avenues that they can use to get their livelihoods right and take care of their family. So this is a very important discussion and conference. For our panel this morning, let me just call on the first speaker, the Honorable Hussaini Issa. He's a former MP for Kaikwe North, and he currently works at the Regional Minister's Office and is an investment banker and an accountant. Honorable Issa. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes up to the stage. Mr. Desmond Alognua, okay, thank you, is a climate activist and advocate for youth and community empowerment. He's the co-founder of Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO, the Africa Programs Manager for the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives. With over a decade of experience in the climate space, Desmond has championed zero systems in Ghana, Kenya, Botswana, Uganda, to name a few. And he even is currently supporting organizations in Egypt, South Africa, Liberia, Kenya, and other parts of the world to implement community-led zero-waste model focused on climate mitigation with adaptation co-benefits. I can go on and on about the work that this young man does, and it's quite a lot. Let's appreciate him again. Thank you. And Dr. Elvis Chire-Jiabo from Breed Cities. Now, Dr. Jiabo leads the delivery of the Breathe Cities project for a city in Ghana, from strategy development to scoping and granting partners, ensuring strong partners management, monitoring and reporting progress. Over the last decade, Dr. Elvis has worked in the environmental sector in Ghana with experience in air quality and noise monitoring, air dispersion modeling, and geographic information system analysis. Elvis also carried out consultancy work for a variety of clients, including the USAID, WHO, Ghana Limited, and various players in the mining and energy sector in West Africa. It tells you quite a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Dr. Elvis Chire-Jiabo. Thank you so much. And yes, so this is our panel for today. I'm just going to take my seat so that we dive into the discussions. A lot of questions, and I'm happy that we have a former member of parliament here as well. You know how we journalists do it. Yes. So, welcome, gentlemen. Before I come to you, the Honorable, I would give the organizers of this program a bite. So I'll start with Dr. Mr. Alognua. I've already promoted you to the doctor status. I'm sure you'll get there very soon. Briefly, tell us, GAYO's commitment to all of this. What has been the silver lining since starting? The Honorable MP for the area has talked about, you know, what you people have done. Honorable Fuseni has talked about for the past 4 years, the commitment you have put together in Africa and even in Asia to ensure this clean air and our disposal of waste gets better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maltiti. And good morning, everyone. So, what has been the silver lining? We started and principled our operations around the pillars of movement building, ensuring that everyone gets the message, and beyond everyone getting the message, everyone understand and participate in the program, as in the Zero Waste Cities program, which we now currently have in about 5 municipalities. What that means is that not only bringing on board the informal sector, as Jacob presented earlier, which is like the bigger chunk of people who are working in the cities, working in the communities, and also at the dump site, trying to bring back the waste that we have put there, but to create knowledge base, and that knowledge base brings on board private sector who utilizes the waste that we are generating, and also government whose sole responsibility is also to promote or develop policies that can guide how we operate around this. Essentially, one key factor was that we need to actually create incentives, and for where incentives already existed, we need to actually spotlight those incentives and make people understand that this is your problem, and at the same time, it could be your solution or your opportunity to create a job for your family and friends. And this has been one of the opportunities that catapulted the zero waste successes, right from Edubiasi to Ebuakwa, Cape Coast, all the way to Accra, where we are now in the 4th year and expanding gradually.
Thank you. I will share a personal story. You know, when I got the invitation to moderate this program, I was very excited because a week or 2 ago, I was not well and I went to the hospital. Now I've been experiencing these funny symptoms, but I kept putting off going to the hospital. So I go to the hospital, the doctor checks me and everything, and she tells me, well, you have asthma. So it's something that these symptoms, my family, my mother, my auntie, they used to talk about, but if you come from where I come from in the north, they don't go to the hospital because maybe there's the fear of how much it will cost to treat that. And so there's no name given to the illness. Nobody even wants to mention that maybe it's asthma. But the doctor tells me, well, whether you run away from it or not, this is asthma. And so it's important I stay away from polluted spaces. Clean air is now like a lifeline for me. So I'm very happy to be here. But let me come to you, Dr. Jabo, because he was talking about opportunities presenting themselves. And we see ourselves in Africa lamenting about things. Oh, no jobs. Oh, this and that. This is how we dispose of waste. We need to do it better. In ICT and technology, it seems that it presents a different kind of opportunity. Coming from where you come from, how can we use this to ensure that we're cleaning the air, we're disposing of waste well, and we're making money?
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. The good thing is that we are becoming more aware. And what you said, your personal story, is not different from what has been happening in the last 3 years in all the districts within the Breathe Accra district. In that we worked with these districts, we went to their annual health reviews for 2023, and what we found out was that every district recorded between their top 3 for OPD cases was either upper respiratory tract infection or something related to air pollution. And so being aware is one of the things we can start to do. And to say that bringing in technology, we all have social media, we all have WhatsApp, it's important to not only tweet things that are going viral or dances, but it's important to pick up the information of what is the level of air quality. We can get that information from EPA website, we can get that information from OpenAQ or from Breathe Accra website. And be aware of what the level of pollution in your community is, because it concerns you, it concerns your health, it concerns the health of your children. And in looking at it, there's one thing we can also think of, that before it was expensive to know what is the level of air pollution in your home, in your neighborhood. But now, with the availability of what we call low-cost sensors, you can be able to spend a little and be able to know what is the air quality in my neighborhood, what is the air quality in my home. And that can go a long way to protect you. When COVID came, we were all very committed to wearing a nose mask. But the truth is that COVID may be gone, but air pollution is still with us. And so even though we don't see like we see with the polluted water, we breathe the air in, and when it has pollutants, we may not see it, but we have to find ways and means of protecting ourselves against it. So it can go from big technology to a sensor to small technology with your social media advocacy and awareness, and a simple retweet can go a long way to change your life or even protect your health. So that's what I would probably say. We can use technology in the most small ways to the large ways to actually protect ourselves and address air pollution within the city and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trejabo. Let me come to you, the Honorable. And on that use of social media and technology in that very small way, I would indulge everybody, please, to go online, go on X, formerly Twitter, and tweet Clean Air Conference, Clean Air Day, GAYO, air pollution, dispose waste properly, climate change. Please do that for us. Let's share the hashtag so that this program will go viral, and the knowledge we're sharing here as well will go viral. I was shocked hearing that in 2021, 8 million people died and 700 children. The figures are there, and the reality will hit you when you hear them. Honorable Hussaini, the solutions for this may seem far-fetched, but as a former member of parliament, and now from where you sit, you're the policy makers. When these issues come up, they can give you the statistics in the hospital. These are the number of people dying from pollution. Some will say it's the attitude. Ghanaians need attitudinal change. What are you doing in the ministry?
Thank you very much, and a good morning to everyone. It was frightening to learn that 18,000 people died in Accra as a result of air pollution-related issues. This morning, I've taken a bit of time to look at the statistics pertaining to waste management within Accra. And then I'll share some stats with you. In 2010, we had a population of 2.3 million. Waste generated in Accra per day was 2,654 tons. 2,123 collected, and we had an outstanding of 531 tons every day not collected. In 2020, the population moved up to 3.2 million. Waste generated per day, 3,390. We collected 2,712. Outstanding, not collected. Every day, we polluted Accra with 678 tons of waste. Unfortunately, it gets worse. It is projected that by 2030, we're going to have 4.5 million people living in Accra. We are going to generate waste of 4,419 tons every day. And then we are going to collect 3,535. And so every day we pollute Accra by 884 tons. Unfortunately, it's getting worse. It means that our work is drawn out for us. From the side of policy makers, from 2018, this government took upon itself to further create new assemblies within the region. The aim was to take governance to the people so that decision making will be closer to the people and will be more reflective of the people living within the vicinities. This led to the creation of about 29 assemblies within the region. Hitherto, we didn't have a concrete enough assembly like we have today. It means that today we have a metropolitan chief executive. We have our own planners who are represented here today. And this whole process was aimed at making decision-making closer to the people, reflective of the way they live and reflective of the areas. You will realize that there are different waste collection systems within the region. In very accessible areas, we will have the tracks, either skips or roll-on, or those sort of tracks. Go into the areas and pick refuse maybe twice or once a week. But there are also areas within the region that are not easily accessible. And so there we have the Aboboya system. They are also a private system which we should actually recognize and support. We've had waste exchange or waste collection places, one located in Achimata, where those Aboboyas are supposed to take their refuse, and then we have bigger trucks taking them to the landfill sites. And the issue of landfill is also a conversation that the RCC is getting into in collaboration with private sector. We have gotten the major waste collection company in Ghana to invest quite heavily within the sector, and we're looking at pushing it further. Beyond this, the Regional Coordinating Council, in collaboration with the security services, the Ministry for Sanitation, the assemblies, have been taking occasional cleanup exercises. And also, importantly, and the differentiating factor this time around is the involvement of the traditional rulers. Just before the Homowo Festival, for instance, we went to the traditional areas, the Gamancha, the La Traditional Council, and all of that. We engaged this traditional leadership. We actually came into their areas, had massive cleanup exercises. But the difficult thing is how sustainable some of these efforts can be. So what we have done differently this time is to involve the Asafwacheme within the areas. In fact, after the whole exercise within the traditional areas, we are in the process of resourcing the Asafwacheme within the areas. In fact, from next week, we are going to hold debates within the areas to ensure that we
all of this in the region.
Yeah, thank you once again. Like I started by talking about movement building and what have you. The strategy is that we are focused on the end result. And focusing on the end result here means that at point, we actually just have to walk away from certain municipalities. What I'm trying to say is that the strategy we developed, the zero waste strategy, was a collective document that we developed together with private sector, waste management companies like Zoom Lion, Jacora, Arsadu Royal, what have you, including multiple cooperatives of waste pickers from across the region. Now, this is a document that when you roll it out, you can implement zero waste with or without GAYO. It's the same thing that colleagues from Bamako came, spent a week, went back, implemented. We had some officers from GAYO going there to support the city. They implemented it. It's working. It's the same thing that is working in a few other countries. So it is more of a very loose and open document that can be replicated based on your waste composition and based on the support that you are getting. That strategy requires that there is the political will from government, and I'm happy that we also have the honorable here. The political will here starts with the local government, municipal assemblies, metropolitan assemblies, and the district assemblies. Now, we all know that it's always difficult when it comes to working with government sometimes, because they are, especially a youth-led organization, you are already seen as somebody who is not experienced enough, like, when did you come? Statements like that. But we've demonstrated time and time again that the model works. And so one of the strategies is that work with those who are welcoming the idea, and that's why Ladadi Kotopong Municipal Assembly stands very tall when it comes to things like that, because they are one of the first municipalities in Accra that we started working with. Right now, if I can touch a little bit on the lab project, when you get to the site, it's like a big market space, the material recovery facility that we have in lab. It's a big marketplace where there are disability groups that are working there. There are vulnerable groups like albinos who have employment there. And then there are also single mothers, widows, like a lot of groups that otherwise wouldn't have gotten good or well-paid jobs elsewhere else are being able to work there. And the district itself is able to tell how many times they used to actually carry waste from the district to the dump site or the landfill, and how much that has reduced. Even if they are saving one trip, that fuel cost is also cost saving for the government. So cooperation is at key of how the strategy works. The other thing is also more around the value of the material that we produce, the recyclable materials from plastics, and of course the 2,000 bags of compost fertilizer that we are producing on a monthly basis. Now, these are coming from food waste and agricultural waste from and within the various communities in the city. When we implemented the campaign, and then the campaign became successful, we realized that it was very uneasy to get a lot of the food waste from certain homes. But then at the end, we were also happy about it, because once the campaign sank deep and then people were segregating properly, animal farmers and other people who needed the waste then realized that, okay, there's an opportunity for them to get uncontaminated waste and then support agriculture, piggery, poultry, and what have you.
And Desmond, on that, what were the challenges encountered with those that couldn't segregate the waste?
Yeah, so there is continuous education in the various households. And to be honest with you, the households, they pick messages as it goes. It's not like they are very adamant. I think the main challenge has always been working with government. I'm sorry to say this when we have a lot of government officers here.
No, it's important to say this because they are actually here. I want to know what the challenge with government and policy is. Is it providing the resources like the large bins? What is it?
Not really, because how we also program the whole zero waste strategy is such that you don't need to, as a government, to really provide bins, because the message also let people know that, hey, personal responsibility is key. You produce your waste, you need to take care of it. But then what we are doing is that we have companies and we have different groups who are buying the waste from you. And so you, the person who produced the waste, also end up not actually paying for the waste that you have produced. You just need to do one thing, properly segregate your waste at source. However, why I'm talking about government is that, you know, MMDAs are like, they have the sole prerogative power to municipal solid waste. If they don't give you opportunity, if they don't give you access, you can't operate. Right. You will be operating illegally, which is why time passed, and even now in other municipalities, the informal sector, waste pickers, tricycle riders, are still seen as people who are operating illegally, and sometimes they are harassed by policemen. And so understanding that there is an organization that can help you properly incorporate these groups that you are afraid of is key, and actually welcoming us to actually help you to incorporate them and then register them, give them also reflectors, let them form the cooperatives, and then we can assure you that if there is anybody who will go and dump waste at unauthorized place, or who go and commit a crime as a waste picker, that waste picker will not have a standing, because they are a cooperative that is operating, and nobody would be seen as dangerous like you always perceive.
Okay, and I'm sure punishment or sanctions come into this with government as well, with what you just said. I'll come back to you briefly. Since we have the Honorable in the House for Dade Kotopon, and the fact that for her constituency it's working, Honorable, I'd like to pick your thoughts on what is working. How are you ensuring access to your constituency for this strategy to work? Can I please get a microphone for the Honorable, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olenu left. Okay. There was a representative from the Municipal Assembly. And as I said, with Dade Kotopon, we always want to ensure that we live in a clean environment. So we leave no stone unturned with our cleanups, with our cleanup campaigns, and getting to the people to educate them on the needs to keep a clean environment. And so when GAYO came in, we have really supported the initiative, and it's working well for us in Dade Kotopon. And so since I left the Assembly as Member of Parliament, the Assembly with the Environmental Health Department are also doing so well to ensure that Dade Kotopon is always clean. And I'm sure a number of people will attest to the fact that when you enter La, you realize that our city or our town is very clean. And so education and working together towards achieving the goal of a clean environment and then clean air. Like I rightly said, I worked with a community in Chado, and there was one lady, Linda Stenner. She really supported this initiative, and we used to go around to make sure that people do not burn indiscriminately. And when you are caught, we bring you to the assembly. We have a court there, and we take necessary action. And so the community members or the constituents themselves are involved in this program. When we come to tree planting, they don't take themselves out, because we want to live in a clean and a healthy environment. And so, Dade Kotopon, we are doing our best, even though we are not there yet. We are doing what we have to do to make sure. Because when you come to Ghana, the first place you enter is Dade Kotopon. The airport is here.
Right.
And so we need to ensure that our surroundings are clean. And I really, really support this project. And I need all of us, like I said, to keep advocating, to keep educating people. I started things like this as a little child. When I drink water or I eat something, I don't throw it about. I make sure I put it in my bag when I get home, and then I dispose of it. People used to call me AMA at the time. And so it won't take anything from you. Because when I see cars even drop things on the road, I stop them to ask them to pick whatever they have dropped. So it is not one man's business. It's not just for GAYO to do this. We all have to be involved so that we enjoy the clean air we want to enjoy. Thank you.
I'd like us to appreciate the Honorable Na Andole Soa as an ambassador for clean air with all what she said, narrowing it down. And I'm sure my panelists will agree, so I'm coming to the other former policy maker, but somehow still in policy, the Honorable Husseini Issa. In your constituency, Okaikwe North, how is the picture like? How is the picture now today? I'm sure you still want to wrestle power from whoever is the MP currently. Yes.
Okaikwe North is challenged. To the extent that it's one of the transit points within Accra, a place like La Paz. Personally, I have had challenges with the assembly and all of that. Sometimes I think that there's a lot we need to do to change attitudes and also bring up the issue of personal responsibility. Why would I generate waste and think that it's another person's responsibility to dispose of it or to treat it? Right. Why would I pay for certain services but think that I shouldn't pay for the services of disposing of the waste that I have generated? I mean, for a country like Ghana, and the unique location of Okaikwe North. For those of you who are not very conversant, the N1 from Apenkwa right through to maybe Dakuma Junction has Okaikwe North Municipal Assembly, has two constituencies, Okaikwe North constituency and Okaikwe Central. Okay. So that stretch of the N1 is within Okaikwe North municipality. And it pains my heart to drive from my home in the morning and see that people have actually brought waste from their homes and deposited on the streets. Sometimes the explanation is that they're waiting for the skip truck to pick them. And it's always an eyesore. And this we have been fighting and will continue to fight. I'm sure the planners from the assembly here will identify with this problem. How we are going to deal with this is what we need to do as a people. In my life as an investment banker, we have tried in certain particular projects. We had maybe some 14 years ago, we had people come from Europe to establish a company here called Waste Recycling Ghana. And they were going to recycle first with metals, and then come to paper, and then come to compost material. We started very well with the metals because metal is an internationally traded commodity. Right. Unfortunately, at the time, there was a slump in global prices, and so the company became redundant and they had to pack off. But since then, I mean, when you look at the model that they intended to run, it was a sustainable sort of business. And I'm sure that we are trying in our own way to try to get some of these things on stream. The Jakures of this world, the Zoom Lions of this world are doing their bit. What we need is to get more of those companies, resource them, ensure that they have what it takes to perform the duties that we are giving them. This is how we are going to clean our environment over time. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable. I wish the NCCE was here because when the Honorable Nadolesua was talking about education, I thought about them and the fact that it looks like in the Ghanaian setting we don't see the immediate effects of these things, but it's creeping up on us, like climate change and even the statistics on air pollution, the number of people who report to the hospital. So we need to have this in the media, we need to have this in the communities. Honorable, I'll come back to you also on some empowerment initiatives that you can do, but let me come to Dr. Chere Jabwo for these kind of projects, for these kind of initiatives, for these kind of strategies. Since you're from the Clean Air Fund, what are the financing models that can be, used effectively to support such initiatives?
Thank you, Matiti. So with Clean Air Fund, we've been working with GAYO, and for this week, we've also been very busy. Some of the district assembly officers here would attest to it themselves. We may not be supporting grassroots directly, but what we try to do is to use the projects that we have running, like the one we have with GAYO, to get the district assemblies working. So from Tuesday, from Wednesday, they've been in the markets, in La Paz, in Malam, in Medina, they've been in the polyclinics, they've been making announcements. And we have some of them here. We have a platform where they will put videos, they will put pictures. We are very excited with what they do. And the truth is that we know they want to do the work, they want to create the awareness, they want to do the advocacy. And often the challenge is the resources to do this. And so from where we sit, what we try to do is, in which way can we create that avenue for them to do what they are passionate about? In which way can we create the avenue for them to be on the ground, to create the impact? Because as Desmond said, GAYO cannot be everywhere, Clean Air Fund cannot be everywhere. So it's to collaborate, it's to connect with people who are already in the spaces that we want to go to, and get them to communicate what we want them to say, get them to get the community, get the public engaged and involved in what they can do. And it's been an awesome week. There are still some events tomorrow in some markets. Some of the districts are doing a float. So today is not the end of it. And for them, it's not just an event or a week. It's an everyday thing for them. So beyond this, we're going to say we are hoping we can be able to support them directly and indirectly for them to continue doing that at the end of the day. So in terms of model financially, that's one of the ways we are using. But we also have projects that we're encouraging the various grantees we work with that find grassroots organizations, go to the districts. We have MOUs with them. We have contacts with them. If you don't know them, come to us. We'll find you a district health officer. We'll find you a health promotion officer. And they can go a long way and tell you which markets, which hospitals, and which areas would need this education, and it can actually help them. So that's one of the ways which Clean Air Fund and Breathe Accra is helping to deal with this waste and air pollution problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the Honorable Hussaini, our special guest gathered here, I would like you to think about questions that you would have for our panel so that they would answer them. And as Dr. Trejabo has said, if you are into these initiatives, how you can form formidable partnerships with the Clean Air Fund or GAYO to advance your cause. Honorable, I was asking about empowerment initiatives in this area. I'm sure a lot of people remember the Sama when we were children, how they used to come around forcefully to ensure that your mother's kitchen is clean and all of that. Now if we're talking about the Clean Air Day and there are floats, there are people talking in the market, and there are young people who are looking for jobs. Aside from the jobs that technology will create, where you can sit in your room, is the ministry looking at these kind of empowerment initiatives, having task force on the ground? Have you seen the bus stop boys, by the way, Honorable? You've seen them? Yes.
Yes. With initiatives, I think that the summer concept, as we saw maybe in the 80s, were relevant to those times. I think that they might still be relevant in certain aspects or certain areas today, particularly in where people congregate, or let's say our markets, or places that people frequent. But I think the longer term issue towards this has been education, or people being aware of the impact of their actions. I think that attitudes will have to be changed. And where else can we change attitudes than to start from our schools? And so the educational bit within the region and within the districts are being empowered to take up that particular assignment. Then again, for me personally, I think that one bit also is to define the value that we have in waste. If people understand that they can derive some value from the waste that they generate, I'm sure attitudes even towards the waste will change. I'm saying this because I want to get into the area of recycling. If within the household we have, let's say, different colors of beans, it's been tried in the past, but it wasn't too successful. If we could put our metals, our glass, our paper, our plastics,
right,
and our degradable waste separately, it's a point at the point of generation. That is a positive way in creating value in the waste that we generate. So this is what we want to see, and this is what we are trying to put out there. If people identify that or recognize that there is some value in waste, then we can push this across the value chain and help resolve some of the challenges we are having within our environment at this time.
And Honorable, I'm sure you'd agree or not, but it's sad when sometimes you see these young people go around pick the scrap metal. It looks like if government or policy makers will not provide avenues for them to, get jobs and all of that, they do that. Now some of them have to burn stuff to get out the metal. How they do it, they don't care.
Yeah, you recollect that not too long ago we had one of the most polluted places on the planet Earth right here in Accra.
Right.
Here, Agbogloshi was one of the most polluted places on the planet, and that was quite scary. Thankfully, with some effort, we've been able to clear that particular point. But the challenge is that this activity is moved on to other places. I think that what we really need to do is to get people to know that there's some value in waste. And if it's treated well, discarded batteries, electronic gadgets, if we use the right methodology in processing this waste, there's always value in there. So for me and for the RCC, what we are looking at now is to try to create that value in waste. People see that they can actually gain from the waste that they have generated, and that's how we intend to resolve this problem in the long term.
We can't wait to see that. And I think if this is implemented in Accra, that is most populated, then in the rural areas and the communities, hopefully with education, we'll be able to, replicate that there. I work with OR Foundation, and they also talk about disposal of fabric waste. You talked about Agbogloshi and Kantamanto, the amount of used items that are coming to the country that are disposed. How they'll dispose is another issue. The blue skies, the sea. And it's a problem, but these are people that look like they're just trying to find avenues to survive. I did hear some time about the ban on importation even of home-used appliances and the ruckus from the public about how it's a source of livelihood. Is there anything you can share from the ministry about all of this?
The importation of used items, it's been challenging because as political, we always need to balance the act and do that effectively to the benefit of all our stakeholders. You mentioned the issue of fabrics. I have been to used clothing alien line somewhere in the UK, and what it is that when people don't use to dispose of their used clothing, they take it to these places, and because they also work on the weight of the fabric, they tend to bale all of them and then export to a place like ours. I'm hearing the dealers in Katamanton say that these days, when they cut the bale, you only find just about 20% of them useful. And so technically the 80% is waste that we have to dispose of.
Right.
And that is to the disadvantage of our environment, particularly when we have also not actually come up with workable or safe methods of disposing these fabrics, then it becomes a danger onto our environment. But the reality is that if policy moves towards the cessation of importation of fabric, what is going to be the impact on our people? Do we have the capacity to produce enough? Are people going to be able to afford the new clothing that they are? So it's a balancing act. All of it would not happen at a go. I think that gradual processes that we have to take. But then we can also wait until our environment is affected, because our health implication and all of that is what we also have to be thinking.
Right.
So policy is at this, but it's also very important that we balance the equation to the satisfaction, or to, I should say, to the satisfaction of the stakeholders, and both the consumers, the dealers, and importers. And I think that that's the future that policy will have to be looking at.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I would take your questions, your views, your thoughts, and yes, please just raise your hands. Thank you. But let's give a round of applause for our panelists for all the insights that they're sharing. Thank you so much. Yes, please tell us your name, where you're coming from, the organization, and then you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Fifi Bwedi from the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources.
Right.
And I'd like to say that I'm elated to be here, and I've enjoyed the panel discussions, but I have a few comments to add. In fact, to be fair, I have comments on almost every topic that you raised, but I'll just keep it brief. Yes. And I'll try to tackle the fundamental issue of how civil society can work effectively with government organizations. And I think this issue has been raised many times at different fora, and sometimes it's important to also clarify what the lines are. I would like to begin by saying that waste management in and of itself, it's under the Act 936, like it's been captured, falls within the MMDA's responsibility. However, we also need to understand that the MMDAs are in one way or the other challenged. Now, this is it. The MMDAs have outsourced these services to private entities to carry out these services on their behalf. And this contracting has a certain contract period. So in the event where, so because Engineer Noy is here, maybe let me use AMA as an example. AMA has contracted some service providers to provide these services within its jurisdiction, and is giving them a 5-year contract. The issue about the informal waste collection happened organically. And so if you have CSOs like GAYO and the others trying to reach out to the assemblies to carve out some niche for them to also run some of these programs, in and of itself, it's a good initiative. But then the assemblies are also challenged because you have already signed a contract with these entities for a certain given period of time. You cannot approbate and reprobate by now bypassing that contract you've signed, because then it has legal implications. And so the informal guys can go ahead and do these operations illegally on the side. But over time, we've realized that their services have become very tangible, and then there is the need to now look at how to integrate them in the service provision over time. But you can only do that when the contracts elapse, and then you now have to open a new contract phase. And then you can now have CSOs and other groups come in, get these informal guys to form some cooperatives, and then you can now give them specific service zones to provide these services to. Now, over the period, what has happened is that the contracting mostly come with requests for proposals where there is some prescription of equipment for these service providers who are requesting to provide these services to have. And many of these equipments are capital intensive. And so over time, you realize that it becomes difficult for CSOs to want to also come into that space. That is a challenge that we have identified. And that is a challenge. If you go around some of the MMDAs now, you are able to see that it's being rectified. And so now the idea is that we are not going by the usual process of prescribing equipment for service providers who pitch or bid for those contracts to come in with, say, compaction trucks and all of that, but then give them the focus of cutting the waste from a point to a designated point. In between, you could have the resource recovery, among other things. So I'm saying that the way forward is to tackle the contractual arrangement and see how you could improve on that contract in a way that it allows for other CSOs and the informal guys to come in and then also contribute their quota.
Right.
Now, I just want to assure all gathered here that there is in no way government wants to be adversarial with informal or CSOs in any case. But it's because of these challenges that have presented that makes it difficult sometimes to engage. However, there has been points where some of the assemblies have taken that initiative upon themselves to even sort of have some discussions with those contractors to try to see if they could amend those contracts. But that can only be voluntary. It's when they decide or when they also consent to it. You cannot do it by force. Like I'm saying, there has legal implications. And so just to say that now many of those contracts have come to their end, and then AMA, for example, has gone ahead to do these cooperatives and all of that. STMA, quite a number of them. And so just to say that, just to assure that these are things that within the short, medium term, you'll be seeing some of these changes happen at the local level. And I mean, just so, I mean, we all know that, I mean, something has been done. And it's not as if government is always adversarial to the informal sector. Thank you.
In your preliminary, points, I was thinking it all spells doom for us, and that is going to be such a Herculean task to, harmonize all of this contractual agreements, CSOs coming in. Then we have political actors as well, because some of them probably own some of these waste management companies and all of that. Yes, how soon, how long, and how difficult is it? We've seen countries open up, so and level up the pace in which these things are done. This bureaucracy to business that we want to get to, when will we get there?
You see, Madam Moderator, these are the frustrations we all go through as Ghanaians. And it's important to understand that those of us who work in the government space are also Ghanaians. So we also live in these communities, and we also go through these same challenges. But then the truth of the matter is that there is nowhere in the world where contracts are given for 5 years, especially when there is capital-intensive equipment to be brought on board. Mostly, you give it long term because you are asking them to bring capital-intensive trucks. And I'm saying that now we are trying to move away from that approach to give them some principled service provision where people can be innovative to bring in less expensive equipment to be able to still give us the same desired outcome that we want. And so, I mean, it's a chicken and egg situation, but we do it, I mean, progressively and incrementally. And so I'm just saying that we need to work together, and possibly the communication lines may be blurred a bit. And so sometimes these things are not clearly understood by parties, and that is why some of these things arise. Thank you.
Progressively. Thank you. But I mean, when you say communication lines are blurred, I understand. That's why the need for education is there. Thank you so much for those points. Espouse, their hands at the back as well. Can we please get the microphone?
Can we please take one more question?
One more question, yes, because
please,
we are
let's
out
keep
of
it
time.
very brief.
And let's make it brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Shani Mutala, Municipal Environmental Officer, Yawas West Municipal Assembly. First of all, I have to commend GAYO and Zero Waste for the partnership that they have engaged And in fact, it is working very well, and we are looking forward for more of such. To the issue, I also want us to look at the issue of the air quality. Are we considering involving MTTU and the GPRTU?
Exactly.
So that concerning the vehicular emissions too, so that they can also be on board. Yeah. The other issue of the waste, please, you say I should be brief, but let me just touch on this. The other issue of the waste contractors too. The last time we engaged ESPA is the Association of the Private Waste Contractors. They also have a very genuine concern that at least together we can all look at it and see how, because that at the time the contract was signed, the fuel prices were very low, and up till now, there have been about 100 or 200 or 300% increment in the fuel prices. And their charges still remain the same in some areas. So they are also agitating that, like the trotro stations, anytime there's an increment in fuel prices, the trotro people increase their price. So experts who had wanted to get that leverage. But the challenge they are having is that with the assemble, you cannot charge fee when it is not in the fee fixing resolution.
Right.
So maybe when there's increment, they want to push for increment, but assemble is not agreeing, because when that also happens, it creates problem for us and the community. So honestly, there are genuine issues that we should look together. But the whole of it is that Ghanaians in general have to change our attitude.
Exactly.
It's about attitudinal change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mutala. Thank you so much. I would like to take a word briefly, though, from the engineer from the AMA. Engineer said, let's appreciate the perspective that you also come with to this conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been quiet. I wanted it to flow, but once you've given me the opportunity. Yeah, it's true. What we need to do is to take a holistic review of some of our laws. And for instance, the issue has to boil down on the infrastructure. Number one, we don't have the needed infrastructure as a country along the waste value chain. And to sanitation or waste management, there are three sides to the coin. The business aspect, the environmental or aesthetics and health aspects, and the third one is the public good aspect. And somebody must pay for the public good aspect, which is government. So in the era where we have subletted investment costs, or to the private sector to do holistically, they are looking at the business to create out of that. And so the affordability kicks in. If I invest so much, and then the individual is not able to afford the cost of the services, what then comes? There will be inefficient service, and that will lead to improper waste management, and that is a result of close to 30% of uncollected waste that we are having all over. So when it gets to my turn, I come on the panel, I will expatiate more on these things. But with the laws, like I've said, it's not about just increasing. We can create a formula and put in at if the petrol or fuel price goes beyond a certain limit, then this is what should be added to the cost of services by ESPA. Right. But then, I can tell you for a fact, the current fee fixing that we even have, no company has been able to charge even half or three-quarter of the range that has been given them. Because if you do, they will resist. It becomes so much unbearable for them to pay. Right. So we have to look at that for government to see the need to provide the capital expenditure for some of this infrastructure in order to cushion the cost of services, and then together we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Engineer for his thoughts. Honorable, I'll come to you on your final words with the government and capital expenditure, since you were, I still say you're a policymaker, but let me come to Dr. Jabo. You were talking about the clean air and GPRT, UMTT, the rickety vehicles, roadworthy vehicles, and the smoke. I can't breathe in such environments. What do we do?
Thank you. I'm just going to talk about what we are doing or what we are planning on doing. There's been two projects that Clean Air Fund has done. One is to look at what are the constraints with applying our laws, because there are laws that are supposed to prevent vehicles from emitting the levels that they are emitting currently. So we're looking at what constraints are in there that involve working with GPRTU, with MTTD. One project which is hoping to kick off in Q4 of this year is what we call the Vehicle Emission Inventory under Breathe Accra. So we're going to work on all the streets within the Breathe Accra district, look at the vehicles, look at the emission levels, look at what the standards are, and try to get the Driver Vehicle Authority to incorporate this in their vehicle testing that they do, to be able to ensure that when you have a roadworthy vehicle on the road, it's not just your brakes and your lights that are tested, but your emission level is also tested. We have vehicles that catalytic converters are taken out of them. What is supposed to clean the air that comes out of the vehicle, often you will get a mechanic telling you, you don't need this in your vehicle. And so we're trying to go through that route and re-educate drivers that keep the thing that cleans the air, because it's what will protect all of us from getting sick at the end of the day. And hopefully when that project kicks off, we'll come to some of the districts, we'll come to some of the stakeholders to also involve you and engage you in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Irresponsibility of people is one issue, and the attitude, we still keep going back to that conversation. The Honorable Issa, if you can please talk about policy and, you know, the charges and all of what participants have mentioned.
The approach of getting the private sector involved in this whole waste management system itself is challenged. I'm sure the gentleman from the ministry has spoken about contract periods and how the informal sector needs to be incorporated into the system. The engineer is also spoken about the level of investment needed. Obviously, the economy as a whole, we are in challenging times, the physicals and all of that, and so I pushing further burden onto our budget by providing the capex to ensure this is also going to be something challenging. But the government going forward, well, I'm a politician, so maybe. if you look at our approach going forward, government intends to be innovative in the process of acquiring such capital or capital equipment, I should say, rather than the outright purchase. Government was very creative in ensuring that we had those equipment under the DRIP program that is going to the assemblies. And going forward, government probably will also be looking after fixing our roads, or after making enough provision for the fixing of our roads. Maybe waste disposal is also another very important sector to look at. But I would think that the invitation of the private sector to be partners in this business is apt. I want us to perfect it. Whatever challenges that we are having, I think that we can perfect it and make it a workable solution.
Okay, I hear the call to entreat that policymakers and governments as well open up to organizations like GAYO so that you can find a workable solution for all of that. Desmond, wrap it all up for us. What's the future looking like for GAYO, and what should we be expecting?
Yeah, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate every contribution. I think we are all coming to the same point that we need to create a balance, and that balance is such that the informal sector gets to operate, make profit, government save cost, and the private sector also make profit. And to have this successfully implemented, we can also look at where else is this working. A few years ago, we actually adopted this model from Manila, in the Philippines. And as the time I was there studying, the waste pickers were making $200 from the government. And how was the government able to do this? The government was able to do this by sitting on the same table with the producers and the importers of the various materials that end up becoming waste. So in a way, those people who were making significant profit by producing or importing were the ones who are contributing to also support the recollection of some of these waste. So government doesn't necessarily need to use taxpayers' money to do some of the things. Also, we have similar situation in parts of South Africa now through the South Africa Waste Pickers Association,
right,
who have even representation in parliament. So if we commit to actually creating a balance, I want to believe that we will be able to achieve where we want to go to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Desmond. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud and appreciate my panelists leading the charge. And I would like to say that maybe they're all male, I'm the only female, but there was the gender balance approach, but unfortunately, Madame Rosalind Fosua-J couldn't make it, because maybe I would have called out GAYO, that why isn't there a woman in the panel? But yes, she was supposed to be here. Desmond Alugna is the Zero Waste Director, GAYO, and he's shared all these thoughts with us. Also, Dr. Elvis Chue-Jiabo from Breed City's Clean Air Fund. Thank you so much for your time. Let's appreciate Dr. Chue-Jiabo and all the perspectives he's brought. And the Honorable Fusaini Isa, former MP for Kaikwe North, currently works at the Regional Minister's Office and is an investment banker and an accountant. Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Maltiti Saida Sadegh, and I'm humbled to have done the moderation for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maltiti. Please, let's give it up for them. Please, I would implore our honorable panelists to stay there to take a brief picture. Can we have the team helping us clear? Please, a round of applause for them again. Thank you very much. If the photographers are ready, we will take a brief picture. If you could clear the tables in the chair. Thank you. And let me remind everyone that in as much as we are having this conference here, we need to be visible everywhere. The statistics are very alarming. And what you and I can do is to send the message across. So you can quickly take a picture, just take your phone, take a picture of the auditorium, take a selfie, and hashtag it GAYO for clean energy, clean air for all, and then clean air now. Just take a picture. It could be a selfie. I want to see you in also engaging in this activity. It's very important. All right, so you can post these pictures on your status, on your social media handles. Just use the hashtag GAYO for clean air, hashtag clean air for all, and clean air now. Thank you very much. Please, sorry, one more thing. Desmond, please, panelists, please, let's all join us in the picture. We'll just take one last picture. Then we'll go outside, stretch our legs, and take a coffee. A group picture, I mean. So please, can we all join our panelists here as we take a group picture? Photo team, the media team will help us coordinate the session. Please, every one of us here is supposed to come in. Yeah. Yeah, please, please hurry up. Some of us are already worried, and we haven't eaten since morning. We need to take our medicine. Thank you. Please just join them from behind, climb and join them from behind if the front row is already exhausted. Please, let's kindly cut the queue from there and join from behind. Please, kindly go. Can we just... Please, those in front of the screen, kindly move to the platform. Please, is it okay? All right, we do GAYO on 3. Have you taken a picture already? Oh, let's do that again, please. 0 waste. So on a count of 3, 2, 1. All right, all right. So please give us a cue so we start. 0 waste. 0 waste. 0 waste. Thank you very much. Please, let's head out straight to take up edibles. We just have only 10 minutes to stretch our leg. Thank you.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need new systems. It is time to invest in zero waste and stop burning money on polluting industries like waste incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and chemical recycling. Effective systemic change involves redesigning our economies to function within nature's limits and people's well-being. In many parts around the world, this means reducing resource consumption. And for all goods that we really need, creating systems where every product can be repurposed, recycled, or composted so that nothing is wasted. These zero waste models will bring us closer to a waste-free, sustainable, and a just future for all. This sounds like a beautiful vision, I know, but you might be asking yourself, how should we start to change these rigid old systems? This transition goes beyond individual behavior change. It requires our governments and businesses to redesign our economy to be zero waste. We need policy changes that effectively drive zero waste and enables local ecosystems to safely recycle, reuse, and compost all discards. Policies that put people at the center of this transition to align with environmental and social justice. This sounds like an ambitious plan, but is there any evidence that these strategies are already working? Yes.
In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, GAYO is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials.
The best part, solutions like these not only reduce waste, they revitalize local economies. Zero waste systems create 200 times more jobs than our old disposal system. And it doesn't stop there. These practices create better jobs that go beyond basic labor, provide higher wages, and offer permanent positions and improve quality of life. Are you still unsure if these strategies can be implemented on a larger scale? Let's take a look at success stories of zero waste on a municipality level. Trivandrum in India was able to bring down their waste to 150 tons per day through the implementation of green protocols, public campaigns, and a ban on single-use plastics. Or Santa Juana in Chile.
La motivación del municipio fue disminuir el traslado de residuos a relleno sanitario. También una motivación fue enseñar a la gente educación ambiental para que pudieran separar sus residuos en sus casas y el municipio poder trasladarlo a la planta y tratarlos. Y también fue el disminuir los gases de efecto invernadero que estaban provocando también y están provocando el calentamiento global y el cambio climático.
Those cities are showing us that systems change is not only effective, but achievable. The solutions are there. Now it's up to us to advocate for them and apply them globally. For our planet, for our children, for a future where waste does not exist. Because we don't just inherit the earth from our ancestors, we are borrowing it from our children. And we need to return it in a better shape than we found it.
GAYO is a youth-led, gender-balanced, non-governmental organization that focuses on environmental sustainability and community development. We aim to engage in climate action by providing solutions and a platform for youth to be able to contribute to policies, whilst also enlightening communities on disaster risk reduction. In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, GAYO is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials. With this particular organic waste collected, we're able to convert them to products like compost, which farmers can utilize to produce organic crops. Working with officials within cities is very important because they serve as mouthpiece in the communities to be able to facilitate engagement. Additionally, through them, we'll be able to influence policies within local communities.
My motivation for working with zero waste strategies is that one, it gives us a cleaner environment. Two, it aids us in creating green jobs. And then the third one, it reduces pollution in the area of reduction in greenhouse gases effect on the environment.
There is the need for us to collaborate with the local organizations so that they can assist us to improve the conditions, especially sanitation in the municipalities.
We support organizations like GAYO, working on a zero waste project by providing them the space to operate. We spearhead their door-to-door and community sensitization in the municipality and also provide them with the necessary data they need to operate. Collecting organic waste is important because it reduces the number of organic matter that decompose into the atmosphere and emanates offensive odor. It also serves as raw material for manure production and then fertilizer production for growing crops and mushroom.
I am passionate about zero waste within communities because it ensures that solutions are provided for waste management challenges. Additionally, communities are able to get alternative livelihoods and job, prioritizing waste pickers. And lastly, communities are safe, resilient, and sustainable.
They would have to encourage more collaboration on initiatives of this kind.
My advice for city officials across the globe is that we should all put our hands on the wheel in ensuring that the agenda of zero waste is pursued rigorously. That is the only way that we can help to fight against climate change.
GAYO is a youth-led, gender-balanced, non-governmental organization that focuses on environmental sustainability and community development. We aim to engage in climate action by providing solution and a platform for youth to be able to contribute to policies, whilst also enlightening communities on disaster risk reduction. In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, GAYO is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials. With this particular organic waste collected, we're able to convert them to products like compost, which farmers can utilize to produce organic crops. Working with officials within cities is very important because they serve as mouthpiece in the communities to be able to facilitate engagement. Additionally, through them, we'll be able to influence policies within local communities.
My motivation for working with zero waste strategies is that one, it gives us a cleaner environment. Two, it aids us in creating green jobs. And then the third one, it reduces pollution in the area of reduction in greenhouse gases effect on the environment.
There is the need for us to collaborate with the local organizations so that they can assist us to improve the conditions, especially sanitation in the municipalities.
We support organizations like GAYO, working on a zero waste project by providing them the space to operate. We spearhead their door-to-door and community sensitization in the municipality, and also provide them with the necessary data they need to operate. Collecting organic waste is important because it reduces the number of organic matter that decompose into the atmosphere and emanates offensive odor. It also serves as raw material for manure production and then fertilizer production for growing crops and mushroom.
I am passionate about zero waste within communities because it ensures that solutions are provided for waste management challenges. Additionally, communities are able to get alternative livelihoods and job, prioritizing waste pickers. And lastly, communities are safe, resilient, and sustainable.
They would have to encourage more collaboration on initiatives of this kind.
My advice for city officials across the globe is that we should all put our hands on the wheel in ensuring that the agenda of zero waste is pursued rigorously. That is the only way that we can help to fight against climate change.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need new systems. It is time to invest in zero waste and stop burning money on polluting industries like waste incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and chemical recycling. Effective systemic change involves redesigning our economies to function within nature's limits and people's well-being. In many parts around the world, this means reducing resource consumption. And for all goods that we really need, creating systems where every product can be repurposed, recycled, or composted so that nothing is wasted. These zero waste models will bring us closer to a waste-free, sustainable, and a just future for all. This sounds like a beautiful vision, I know, but you might be asking yourself, how should we start to change these rigid old systems? This transition goes beyond individual behavior change. It requires our governments and businesses to redesign our economy to be zero waste. We need policy changes that effectively drive zero waste and enables local ecosystems to safely recycle, reuse, and compost all discards. Policies that put people at the center of this transition to align with environmental and social justice. This sounds like an ambitious plan, but is there any evidence that these strategies are already working? Yes.
In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, GAYO is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials.
The best part, solutions like these not only reduce waste, they revitalize local economies. Zero waste systems create 200 times more jobs than our old disposal system. And it doesn't stop there. These practices create better jobs that go beyond basic labor, provide higher wages, and offer permanent positions and improve quality of life. Are you still unsure if these strategies can be implemented on a larger scale? Let's take a look at success stories of zero waste on a municipality level. Trivandrum in India was able to bring down their waste to 150 tons per day through the implementation of green protocols, public campaigns, and a ban on single-use plastics. Or Santa Juana in Chile.
La motivación del municipio fue disminuir el traslado de residuos a relleno sanitario. También una motivación fue enseñar a la gente educación ambiental para que pudieran separar sus residuos en sus casas y el municipio poder trasladarlo a la planta y tratarlos. Y también fue el disminuir los gases de efecto invernadero que estaban provocando también y están provocando el calentamiento global y el cambio climático.
Those cities are showing us that systems change is not only effective, but achievable. The solutions are there. Now it's up to us to advocate for them and apply them globally. For our planet, for our children, for a future where waste does not exist. Because We don't just inherit the earth from our ancestors, we are borrowing it from our children. And we need to return it in a better shape than we found it. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need
Up next is the technical session. And please, if you have a panel on that session, it would be good to have you inside before we start. All panelists for the second session on understanding air quality and impact locally. Please, if you are a panel member for that panel session, kindly join us in the auditorium as we begin. And please, another reminder, if you just are thirsty and want to use can they hear me from outside? Oh, too bad. Please, if you need water and you have your bottle, kindly go to the stream left. You'll find a water dispenser so you quench your thirst. If you have your personal bottle, it'd be good to fill it as much as you want. And if you want to use the washroom, kindly head to the registration table. They will direct you accordingly. Please, the team outside should kindly help us bring the others inside so we start. Also, you can follow GAYO in all social medias. When you go to our YouTube page and you type GAYO, you should see this event live, and you can share with your network to also join in from their various home or designations. I'll just introduce the next panel. The next panel is an expert panel, and it's on understanding air quality and its impact locally. So we are looking at the impact of air quality, bad or good air, on or in our localities. And we have a list of people who will be doing us the honors to speak on the panel. We have a seasoned journalist in our midst who will be moderating this session briefly. And I'm very much sure that by the end of the session, most of the questions that we've been battling with would receive answers or have them answered duly, because it's a cross-cutting conversation and we have experts from the various fields to talk about this topic. And I'm pretty much sure that at the end of this session, you should be informed pretty much or educated in these things. So I will call on the moderator for the session. As usual, the moderator is going to take over the moderation for this panel, and she'll be introducing her panelists to the platform to engage them in a conversation. So without much ado, please help me put our hands together for a seasoned journalist in the person of Rosemary Ballany, who is an environmental journalist, national operator, and then for young reporters for environment and co-host of the SDG Hub on Asase Radio 99.5. Please a round of applause for my sister Rose.
Thank you so much, MC, and thank you so much for having me. Just as he said, my name is Rosemary Ballamy, and I'm the national operator for Young Reporters for the Environment Ghana, and also co-host of the SDG Hub on Asase Radio 99.5. So it's an honor to be your moderator for this session, and then this session we'll be looking at understanding air quality and its impact locally. Understanding air quality and its impact locally. I know a lot of you may be wondering, what do we mean by air quality? At what point do we even ascertain or determine that, hey, the air that we are breathing today, is it really of good or is it of bad quality? Exactly. And what are the impacts on our health and also the environment as a whole? So we look at some global facts and figures, and the newest report, 2024, by the Health Effect Institute indicates that air pollution is the second leading risk factor for deaths globally, surpassing high blood pressure. And also the United Nations Environment Program also reports that 99% of the world's population breathes polluted air. And lastly, the World Health Organization also reports that air pollution accounts for 7 million deaths worldwide every year. I mean, this is very, very alarming, and these are the statistics globally. And that shows, you know, the devastating impact of what? Of air pollution. So moving on, we are in this particular session, we are going to look at the data also right here in Ghana. What is the data saying? What are the trends? What is the current state of air quality right here in Ghana? What are the impacts on public health and also the environment? And we look at also how it is linked to the broader issue of climate change. We look at key policy recommendation, best practices and solution, and also government interventions to ensuring that air quality right here is improved. And we look at another critical aspect, you know, a greenhouse gas that is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. But then when we are talking about climate change, it doesn't really, you know, come up. We don't really give it that much attention. Why is that? And we also look at solutions in that aspect. So without further ado, I would like to introduce my panelists who will be giving, you know, very insightful and their expertise on this particular topic. So without further ado, I would like to invite my panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Madame Selina Amwa, who is the Head Environmental Quality Department of Environmental Protection Agency Ghana. Let's have you, Madam. Thank you so much. And we have our next panelist, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, in the person of Professor Kofi Amega. Professor Kofi Amega, let's have you, sir. Thank you so much. And we have our last panelist, who is the Principal Programs Officer, Climate Change Department of the EPA, Dr. Derek Safo-Yiadom. Dr. Derek Safo-Yiadom. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll take my seat as well, and then we move on to the conversation. Okay, hi, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you in this session, and then we are briefly going to make everyone right here understand what we mean by air quality and also its impact locally. But before we delve into the conversation, I believe the audience here would want to know, something small. Do I mention your name and your positions? It would be good to know what you do. How is your day-to-day activity like and all that? So I'll start with you. Dr. Derek Safo-Yiadom. Okay, great. So you can take the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Actually, it was supposed to be my boss, Dr. Entry. Boss Yakun was supposed to be here.
Okay.
But I'm standing in for him because he's out of the country. My name is Derek Safo-Yiadom, like you said, and I'm an environmental scientist, and I specialize in climate change and air issues.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think basically that's it. And I'm with the Climate Change and Ozone Department of EPA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's move on to the next panelist.
Yeah, good afternoon. So my name is Kofi Amega. I'm an associate professor at University of Cape Coast. I'm an epidemiologist. I do nutrition and environmental epidemiology, but I'm very heavy on air pollution. And I lead two projects, which I think has enabled me to come here, which is the Ghana Urban Air Quality Project, and then also the Breed Accra project.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
Okay, Selena, I'm more like you said, a chemical engineer by profession, and I've worked with the Environmental Protection Agency for over 20 years.
Wow.
And areas of expertise, environmental impact assessment. Yeah.
Fantastic. So moving on, Madam, right, we'll start with you. So can you give us, an overview of the current state of air quality right here in Ghana, and what are the significant trends or changes you've observed over the past few years?
Okay, thank you. If you talk about the quality of the air in Ghana, well, as an agency, we have monitored in Accra over a period now. And from the results, generally you realize that most of the places the levels are high. But there are some few places where the levels are low, depending on the season of the year. Because as we are all aware, when it is Harmattan, because it comes with a lot of dust, it affects the quality of the air. So during that period, the levels are high all over. But there are specific areas that we monitor, irrespective of the season of the year, the levels are high. Mostly at the roadsides, we have monitoring locations at the roadsides.
Okay.
And the levels are generally high, whether it is Harmattan or not Harmattan. So maybe for that is what I can say about.
Okay, so you made mention that in some regions it differs. So which particular regions are really, affected by?
I was talking about our monitoring locations.
So with the monitoring locations, let's look at the regions. So which region in particular are mostly affected by poor air quality?
Well, I was saying that we are monitoring efforts mostly in Accra.
Accra.
So I was talking about Accra, but we have some few monitoring locations in 4 other cities: Takoradi, Kumasi, Tamale, and then Ho. And it depends on the season of the year and the area that we are monitoring.
Okay.
But generally, the monitoring locations that are close to the roadsides record higher levels than those that are out of the roadside. And it depends on where it is located and activities that are in the area. If you have a monitoring location in an area where you have a lot of open burning, or there are activities, say industrial activities where the outfall is in that area, then you get the levels going higher. Yes, so I don't have the details of the locations and then the levels in those specific locations, but generally that is how the trend has been like.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Madam. And move on to Prof. Coming to you. You are a senior lecturer and you are from the academia. So from the academic perspective, how does air pollution impact public health, especially in urban areas?
That's a very good question. So air pollution basically impacts every organ and systems in the body. So from our cardiovascular system, respiratory system, also it has some neurological effect. But the main impact are on cardiovascular and also respiratory outcomes. And the pollutant that causes the most havoc is what we call particulate matter with aerodiameter of 2.5 or less. And this is because it's very smaller than a strand of hair and is able to penetrate very deep into the cardiovascular system, get into your bloodstream, and can cause havoc. And this can elicit a number of health endpoints. So from hypertension to diabetes to myocardial infarction to asthma, rhinitis, all the spectrums of health outcomes. It will interest you to also know that it's been linked with very weird outcomes like mental health disorders, depression, and all the spectrums of pregnancy outcomes like low birth weight, stillbirth, etc. And there are empirical evidence, some of them are causal evidence that has linked air pollution to these outcomes. Yeah.
So I believe there are vulnerable groups that are mostly affected. What are these vulnerable groups?
Yes, certainly there are vulnerable groups. So the vulnerable groups, you take children under 5 years, for example.
Okay.
And the context is that household air pollution, which is the pollution that we generate in our homes by virtue of burning charcoal and wood for the simple exercise of cooking for us to eat. Usually in low-income neighborhoods and rural areas, mothers do not have nannies, the luxuries of nannies. So whilst they are in the kitchen, the children are also at their back. So whilst they are generating smoke, children are also inhaling this smoke. So that is the reason why mothers and then also children are the most vulnerable group. Let's come to the outdoor environment. You have street vendors, you have waste pickers. Street vendors typically are selling in the middle of the street, and they are exposed to a dangerous cocktail of air pollutant for 24 hours. And we commuters as well, if you find yourself in a space which is heavily polluted, then of course you are also a vulnerable person. So these are the vulnerable groups.
Thank you so much. So moving on to Dr. Derek, let me come to you. So let's look at the broader issue of climate change. We keep hearing, okay, there is climate change, there's climate crisis, it's increasing. So what are the impacts and also linkages between air quality and then climate change?
Okay, thank you very much. Climate change can never be separated or decoupled from air quality. There is, they are intertwined. The reason being that a number of reasons, and I'll mention some of them. First of all, the gases that are climate change or greenhouse gases, those same gases are pollutants or air quality pollutants. And so it means that they are intertwined. Now, let me mention some of them. When we're reporting Ghana, we report our inventory, our greenhouse gas emissions to UNFCCC every 4 years. In reporting, we categorize them under GAG, greenhouse gases, short-lived climate pollutants, and then precursor gases. Now, some of the precursor gases, or even the middle, the short-lived gases, are methane, which we're just talking about, HFCs, black carbon. We get black carbon from transport, from cars,
fumes,
from fumes. We get methane from landfills, from some farming practices like rice, and from the industries as well. what is happening is that the more we are increasing, even with flights, now according to data from 1995 to I think 2019, we have increased the number of registered cars by about 2.2 million. And anytime we are increasing in vehicle registration, at the same time we are increasing fuel emissions, and that causes pollutants, air quality pollutants. Now, the other one is a report by IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They said that when you have air pollutants in the atmosphere, it doesn't just end there. Because of solar radiations and terrestrial radiations, it causes what we call photochemical effects. That also brings out other gases which are also poisonous or pollutants to us human beings.
Okay.
And the last reason I want to say is the fact that climate change is driving the severity, the duration, and the frequency of these air pollutant gases. Let me give you an example. I don't know how many of us have driven on the Amansama Road when it was under construction. Now at least it's better. Now
I believe some of them have experience. Okay, there's one there.
Yeah, precisely. Now, we would always complain that they should water it because you couldn't see, visibility was so poor because it was generating so much dust. Now, when we complain, they will tell us that, oh, they water it. But when they water, it takes just a short time and then the dust is stirred up again. Why? Because there is so much heat. And if there is so much heat, that is what will cause bush burning. Bush burning as a result of increased temperature and all that. And so those are some of the reasons.
Great. Thank you so much, Doc. So let me come back to you, Madam Selina. So you being in charge of the monitoring units, for instance, how does the EPA monitor the air quality across regions? You made mention that you are not in all the regions of Ghana. So how do you monitor, for the ones that you are there, how do you monitor them? And what are the challenges that you face?
Okay, so if air quality is monitored with air quality monitoring equipment,
okay,
and there are a number of them. We have the gravimetric samplers, where the sample is collected on filters. So you weigh the filter, you collect the sample, and then you weigh, and then the difference gives you the concentration of the pollutant of interest.
Okay.
And when we talk about air quality, there are a number of pollutants that one can think of.
Okay.
But from our monitoring activities in the past, we monitored particulate matter, the PM 2.5, okay, PM 10. We also monitor some gases, the nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide. And the results showed that the gases were low. So for now, the monitoring activities are focused on the particulates. And with the particulates, we do the PM 2.5 and then PM 10. And of course, like Prof mentioned, is the 2.5 that now is a focus because of its health impact.
Okay.
So we do monitor for those ones. So we use a gravimetric, like I said, where the data, the sample is collected on filters, and then we weigh, we get the difference. We also have the reference grid monitors, 2 of them.
Okay.
And those ones give real-time results. So you see the level of the pollutant as and when it is monitored. We have 2 of that. And then there are also the local sensors, which are now being promoted because the gravimetric and then the reference grid monitors that I talk about are quite expensive.
Okay.
And if you want to deploy that, you need a lot of resources to be able to do that. So now globally, it's the local sensors that is being promoted, though they are also not that cheap.
Okay.
So there are a number of them that we also use in. So the reference grid monitors and then the local sensors, you get the results in real time. And then with the gravimetric, because you mount the equipment and then after 24 hours you go and take and then you come and analyze. It takes more than a day to get the results. So those are the equipments that we use for the monitoring. And the other thing about the gravimetric monitoring is that if you want to do further analysis to find out other pollutants on the sample that you have collected, you have the filters and then you can do that. And currently we are analyzing some of the filters to check the level of metals from some of our monitoring sites. So the analysis is ongoing, and I'm sure in some few weeks' time we'll be able to come out with the results. And then you talked about some of the challenges that we faced. Like I mentioned, the equipment are not that cheap. So if you want to deploy over a large area, that has been the challenge for now. But with the low cost that has come in now, one is looking at making sure that at least in every regional capital, we have some of the sensors there. And then the other challenge is that the equipment that we are using, the consumables and the spare parts are not available locally.
Wow.
So if an equipment breaks down and then you need a spare part, it takes time before you can get the spare parts. Like I said, the gravimetric samplers, for instance, we use filters. The filters are not available locally. So normally you have to import and then sometimes it takes time. And in some few cases, you go and mount the equipment and then you go and then either the pole or the basket that we use, somebody has removed it.
Wow, here in Ghana.
Yes. Those are the challenges that
you face.
Yes,
wow.
Sometimes we face.
The typical Ghanaian. But you made mention that you are not in all the regions of Ghana. Why is that? Is there a reason?
Oh, like I mentioned that because of the high capital that is required for one to expand. But you agree with me that until recently, pollution wasn't an issue. But now it has become an issue because of its health impact. So we started monitoring in Accra.
Okay.
Now we have added on, we have some other regions that we have some of the local sensors. And then there are plans to extend to some other. So it's a process.
It's a process.
Yes.
Hopefully you do all the 16 regions very soon.
Yes.
Fantastic. Let me come to you, Prof. So let's look at some recent research findings on the health effects of air pollution. Can you walk us through that?
Locally or globally?
Oh, locally. Is there any research, or maybe globally, but you can combine both?
There's been a number of studies that have been conducted in Ghana. Some folks from University of Ghana, they try to look at levels of pollution across Accra. Some group, Alison, who is here, was involved together with J. Mensa and colleagues. These are years ago, I think about a decade ago. The issue has got to do with the monitoring devices. As Madam indicated, they are very, very expensive. And so if you want to deploy them over a large scale, you need heavy investment. And this is something that has become a burden for both researchers and also for
the funding aspect.
But in terms of health studies in Ghana, I mean, on my own personal level within my group, we have conducted some studies among street vendors, which are one of the most vulnerable groups. And we've been able to demonstrate that air pollution levels among these folks are very high. We leverage on low-cost sensors. And also, importantly, it's affecting their cardiovascular and respiratory health. We are also in recent times embarking on a number of studies in Accra. So, for example, through some funding that we have from the French Embassy, we are doing a study in two schools, two primary schools. One is in Kwashimai, the other is in Ebri. Ebri is a reference school. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to look at air pollution exposure and respiratory health of these children. But importantly, we are also interested in immune response to air pollution. So we are doing that. We are also doing an intervention study among these street vendors where, traditionally, if you want to advise people to cut back on their exposure, then you advise them to wear nose masks. You advise them to stay away from heavily polluted areas.
Yeah.
But if you find people whose livelihood are dependent on these exposures, and then I'm talking about street vendors, that is their livelihood. They have to be in the street for 8, 12 hours a day to derive their livelihood. Importantly too, there are no alternate livelihood strategies on the part of the government. So what advice can you give them? So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to look for nutritional interventions. So we're looking for nutritional interventions that can help to attenuate the air pollution exposure effect. So yes, they are exposed. And these PM 2.5 are free radicals, and that is the reason why it's causing havoc. So if we can put them on antioxidant-rich food, then it can mobilize these free radicals and reduce the health effect, mitigate or minimize the health effect from this air pollution exposure. On the global level, there is this global studies which is led by IHME in the US, which we call the Global Burden of Disease. And again, I'm happy to be part of that collaboration. So every 2 years, previously it used to be on a yearly basis, where we try to estimate the burden of diseases that are attributable to air pollution exposure across the globe, including Ghana. And the recent ones were released just last year. And it borders on the health outcomes that are enumerated earlier on in terms of all these health outcomes that are impacted by air pollution. So indeed, air pollution is causing a lot of havoc, but the main problem here is that on the local level, we don't have enough empirical evidence to showcase to government, to politicians, that air pollution is causing more havoc than HIV/AIDS, than malaria, than tuberculosis, so action is required. So this requires more sustained funding, whether from government or from philanthropic organizations to researchers, so that we'll be able to generate these estimates and showcase for action on air pollution.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Prof. Moving on to Doug. So you are from the government side as well. So let's look at the policy aspect. What key policy recommendations would you make to improve air quality based right here in Ghana?
Okay, thank you. We recently published our NDCs, Nationally Determined Contributions, and updated it, which is NDC 2.0. Now, that document puts together all of Ghana's commitment to help mitigate and adapt to climate change. Whilst we were creating this document, we were very mindful of the fact that air quality is so important. Inclusion of youth, women empowerment, and all others. Okay. And please permit me to say that if we are able to really implement all the commitment that we said we would make, we'll be able to reduce black carbon by 31%, PM 2.5 by 39%, save 2,900 lives. If that document, so it's a policy.
Right here in Ghana.
Right here in Ghana. Now, this 19, it put together 19 policies, which translates into 47 mitigation and adaptation measures. There are a lot, but I'll mention just one. One of the main documents that helps is what we call the Carbon Market Framework, now which EPA is a regulator and implementing. Yeah. Now, what that seeks to do is that in the country, if you're able to do any project, any intervention, any action or activity that you take that will save carbon, we have signed agreement with 5 countries, Sweden, Switzerland, Singapore, South Korea, and all the others. They have investors who are ready to come and buy the carbon that you save. For example, instead of driving carbon fuel cars, if you replace it with an electric vehicle, how much or what quantity of carbon would you be able to save? Or driving an electric bicycle, or moving into climate smart agriculture, or all those interventions. Whatever you're able to do, we'll quantify it and then pay you as well. So this is a number of activities have been going on, like e-mobility. Now we have e-taxis that are going on. We have the electric buses. We have the composting by Zoom Lion. They are planting a lot of compost sites. And so there are many of such policies that are going
Electric buses right here in Ghana?
Yes, electric buses right here in Ghana.
Wow. How many of us have seen the electric buses? Okay, there's one person there. Who else? Wow. Okay, so this is a very, very technical aspect of air quality. So please make sure that you put down your questions briefly and straight to the point. Right after the conversations, we'll give you a platform to ask them all the questions that you want answered. So back to you. Let's look at how to effectively implement some of these policies. One thing I realized about Ghana is that we have all the laws, we have all the policies, but the problem is with implementation. How do we make sure that this move from the desk or a PDF document on a laptop or a computer to real action?
Okay, thank you. And that cuts across, like he said. So for us, especially with this NDC, before we put down tracking measures, evaluation, monitoring, learning measures, that whatever we're able to accomplish, we'll put it out. As I speak, now we have a carbon market office website.
Okay.
Now, in this website, most of the things are there. All the projects that I'm talking about, they are all going on, and it is there. So it just has to do with the will, the structures, putting out the necessary structures, in terms of institutional and capacity and the financial.
Financial aspect.
Yes, there's financial aspect. So if you're able to put all that together, we will be able to implement. But with the NDC in particular, we have come recently, we are here to revise it to NDC, or Nationally Determined Contribution 3.0, which we launched the framework of the revision recently at Alisa. So we have trackers, and per our tracking and monitoring interventions, we are up to it. It is not just in the book or just on the computer.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to more action though. Okay, so moving on, Madam Selina, back to you. Are there any recent or upcoming initiatives by the APA to improve air quality in Ghana?
Okay, thank you. As most of us may be aware, the environmental assessment regulations make some provisions for undertakings that impact on the environment to go through the impact assessment. And the essence of that is that you look at the projects that you want to do, what the likely impacts are, and then what mitigation measures you can put in place to minimize the impact. So we're still enforcing that, but the problem is that sometimes you get certain activities starting without going through the impact assessment, but there's the compliance, enforcement, and monitoring exercise that goes on from time to time to identify those facilities so that they go through the impact assessment and then put in the right mitigation measures to address those impacts. But from our monitoring activities over the period for Greater Accra region, we have identified the sources of the pollution. So we developed the air quality management plan for the Greater Accra. The first one was done in 2018 for Gama. And then it was implemented to an extent, but we have revised it to cover the entire Greater Accra region. And yesterday, when we celebrated the Clean Air Day, we launched the second edition of the Air Quality Management Plan.
Okay.
So what the plan seeks to do is that it has identified the sources and the various stakeholders that are supposed to work towards improving the air quality within the Greater Accra region. So the various interventions that we think will help improve upon the air quality has been identified. So we're going to engage the various stakeholders, and then we look at the actions and see how we can work together to implement those actions to bring the air quality into the levels that will be good for all of us, like we say, promoting clean air for all. So to make the air cleaner than what we are seeing in the Greater Accra region. But beyond that, we're also looking at, we've started with Greater Accra region, but we're going to extend it to the other regions as well. And then somebody mentioned the emissions from the vehicles. Now we know we have the standard for ambient air quality and point source, and then we also have the vehicular emission standards. And in these standards, we have the permissible limits for certain parameters of concern to us. So the standards are there, but we need to enforce the standard. But we also need the regulations to be able to do effective enforcement. So the regulations have been developed, and it's going through the process for it to be passed so that we can effectively enforce the standard. And when the regulation is passed, the various stakeholders, you know, the sources of the air pollutants are many, and it is not one stakeholder that oversees that area. So the regulations will give, will specify what each stakeholder is supposed to do for us to be able to enforce the standard to bring the levels down. So when it comes to vehicle emissions, for instance, we're working with the DVLA. So that in giving the roadworthy certificates, we look at the testing of the vehicles for them to meet the standard before the roadworthy certificate is issued. And I believe if we are able to do that, it will bring the vehicular emissions, the level down to acceptable limits. And then also there are other small-scale activities that goes on. We talked about some of the burning that goes on, electronic waste and all that.
Yes.
So there are training programs that are going on.
Okay.
No, it's all a way of recycling those materials, but it's a method that is being used that is not good. But it can be done in a more efficient manner. So some of the actors are being trained, or in the past we have trained a number of them to do it more effectively, rather than burning, so that they are still able to do their work, but not in a way that impacts on the air quality negatively. So a number of them have been trained, and the training is still going on.
Well.
But beyond that, I think the first panel, somebody mentioned the use lead-acid batteries, which is also one of the areas of concern because of the lead and its impacts on human health. So we have developed the technical guidelines for sound management of used lead-acid batteries, and it is available. So we have also engaged a number of the actors in the field. Those who are doing the recycling, for instance, we have engaged them, we've taken them through the process because it gives the sound management, how they can manage the used lead acid, the processing, they can do it better than they are doing to reduce the impact. And it starts with the collection, the transportation, and all that. So there are training that is going on. A number of stakeholders, including the assemblies and the factories inspectories, a number have gone through the process, and we're looking at working together to reduce the impact from that area. So yes, the regulations are, the standard is there. We are working on the regulations. We are also looking at developing guidelines, or we have developed some guidelines to help, because you cannot stop people from doing their work. But how can we do it and do it in a more sustainable manner? So that is what we add on in addition to the enforcement of the standard that we are doing. So all this is going on to help us to bring the air quality to levels that will be acceptable to all of us.
Great. So that brings me to my next question. Having monitored, the air quality in Accra for some time, I don't know that this is public knowledge, but what do you think is the leading cause of air pollution, especially for right here in Accra?
Well, the identified sources from industrial emissions, from vehicular emissions, and then from the human settlement. So the open burning that we're talking about, and then the use of biomass, the firewood and the charcoal in cooking. And also the use of the traditional cook stoves. Those are some of the sources of pollution that have been identified. And it is captured in the air quality management plan that I mentioned. So it's available. I think it's also on our website. So those who are interested can check, and then we all work together towards improving the air quality in the Greater Accra region for
Great.
us all.
Thank you so much, Madam Selina. So back to you, Prof. Let's look at, I always say that these environmental challenges is a collective act. Everyone is involved. Everyone in one way or the other is causing it. And so its alleviation must what? Be a collective responsibility. So let's talk about collaboration. How can academia collaborate, government agencies and local communities to address air quality issues?
The collaboration is ongoing, but I think what will deepen the collaboration is that, as I indicated, we need to churn out empirical evidence that links air pollution to a number of health outcomes. And then we can collaborate with Ghana Health Service, and let them know that indeed air pollution is killing more people than A, B, C, and D, which you are fixated on. And so they have the mandate. Then through their clinics, they can start to educate people on measures that they can take to mitigate air pollution. And for me, there are certain simple things that we can do in our homes, in our own lifestyle changes that can mitigate air pollution. And these are the things that needs to be hammered in the clinics, child welfare clinics, and whatever clinics that Ghana Health Service is running. For example, if you want to mitigate air pollution, active travel is very important. And it has co-benefit for public health. Active travel, I mean walking and cycling. If you are walking and cycling, you are increasing your physical activity levels. And that has cardiovascular health benefit. If you suffer from hypertension and diabetes, one of the management strategies is to do exercise, improve your physical activity levels. So this is it. I'm also a nutritionist. And as I indicated, we are also looking for nutritional interventions. These pollutants are free radicals. So if we can get some antioxidant that can mobilize these free radicals, then the havoc will be minimal on the body. And so eat more fruit and vegetables. Eat fiber-rich foods, selenium-rich foods. And then these are free radicals that can help to attenuate the air pollution health effect. So that is one form of collaboration where we do the research and then we link up with Ghana Health Service. Again, we can also link up with EPA. And so, for example, the project that I lead in Accra, and I said I believe that is what has earned me the right to come here and speak. We collaborate with EPA on that in terms of trying to gather the data. Because one of the problems that we have on our space is data gaps. We have very huge data gaps. And indeed, to create awareness, people need to know the extent of air pollution in their neighborhood in real time. And EPA is doing well. Those that are social media savvy, now you realize that on a weekly basis or on a daily basis, you go to Twitter, you see EPA is posting levels of air pollution. We are also doing that through our project in Accra. So there also has to be some form of collaboration where we can bridge the air pollution data gap so that the citizenry will have access to air pollution data in real time. The benefits are enormous. If I have a child who is suffering from asthma, I need to know the air pollution levels at his or her school before I take a decision to get her to go to school today or tomorrow. So if it's imperative that she has to go to school, then we need to get maybe some nose masks for him or her to wear whilst at school. So this is the two forms of collaborations that I can highlight in the interest of time.
Great. Thank you so much, Prof, for those, best practices. Now, let me come back to you, Dr. Derek. So methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. But then when we are talking about climate change, in every climate change conversation is often overlooked. We don't even, put our attention to it. But then we see GAYO's, composting methods as a way to, mitigate that. Do you think that is an effective way of reducing methane emissions? And would you think that how else can we also process organic waste to avoid methane emissions?
Absolutely, it's very important and commendable. I think what GAYO has done is awesome, fantastic.
Yeah.
Carbon methane, of course, like you said, its global warming potential is way higher than that of carbon dioxide. However, it is short-lived in the atmosphere. It's part of our inventory, which we calculate every 4 years.
Okay.
What I recommend for GAYO is that they should leverage on carbon market and get some funds or investment to replicate what they are doing in many more districts or communities.
I'm sure they are taking notes. The team is around. Okay.
Yeah. So that is it. Methane comes from, like you said, landfill decomposition, rice farming, enteric fermentation, and so many places. So by solving it, we are also helping cut down greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So now,
I think
okay.
Madam wants to chip
Okay,
in.
great. Just briefly.
Well, you were asking what else we can do with organic. I think
Absolutely.
in the past, what we've also been promoting is the biogas generation from the methane.
Okay.
So from the organic waste. Apart from the composting, we can also use it for biogas. Okay. So there are a number of individual schools that are converting the organic waste into biogas, and then they are harvesting the gas for use. Okay. And there is even a company here in Ghana that is generating electricity out of that. Wow. So those are other things that we can turn the organic waste into for our beneficial use.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our panelists. So now,
Give one advice on methane mitigation.
Okay.
Let's all become vegetarians. Yeah.
Is it possible?
Yeah, let's all become vegetarians. We mitigate methane from cows and animals that we are slaughtering.
Can we stop the abochi and all that? Hey, it's for the climate, so I thought we are all climate champions.
Through the burping, they release methane. So if we all become vegetarians, there is no burping from animals and we eat it.
Thank you so much.
We will still be generating because it's not only from animal sources. It's
Madam
organic,
wants to still enjoy her
the
meat.
vegetation.
Anyway, so let's come back to you. Please, do you have any questions? Just two. Please be brief and then straight to the point. Okay. Let's go with that guy.
I'll try to be partially brief as possible. Let me start with a quote.
Okay.
Usually, if you trust people who are dishonest, it's far better off than people who you see to be honest. In the sense that you don't know when they can do something that is dishonest. Why am I saying this? We are Ghanaians, we all like to blame politicians, okay? And when we have issues of environmental efficiency, we should know that, of course, there are other indicators that would actually go into the implementation of sustainable solutions to our environment. Now, with this issue of clean air, per the studies I'm doing, I've realized that the PM 2.5, when you take, for example, road construction alone, okay, it contributes about 15%. So the dusty road and all that, sometimes we, let's say the populace, what we do is that you have a road that is being constructed, people go there to steal and all that. Our parents, ourselves, some of us are contractors, then we like to take our 10%, and then in the end it becomes negative 10%. So toxicity is usually a sum of the time of exposure, just as Prof said, and the dosage that goes into it. So the trotro mate, the hawker that he's talking about, that is always on the street, that person would get ill from this simply because of our own actions. So I think the underlying factor here is integrity. What we do somewhere in our corner would actually go a long way to affect everyone else.
Wow, great. Now let's take one question and then.
Shall we have the cultural troop on standby, please?
Is it possible to just take one last one with the lady over there so that we get some gender balance in the room? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Paul. I'm the research coordinator for GAYO. My question is directed to Madam Amwa. and I'm concerned about the nationwide coverage of air quality. And you indicated that most of your monitoring stations are in Accra here. But I know that organizations like WASCAL and the rest also monitors air quality in different parts of the country, especially in the Upper East region where I am aware of. I want to know if you incorporate their data into the ones you have, or yours is just independent, and if not, why you are not actually doing that. Thank you.
Shall we take the other question?
Thank you. My name is Patricia, and I work with 350 Ghana. My question is to Prof. So when he was mentioning some of the best practices, he spoke about the cycling. I want to find out, this is a case in our country when we are constructing roads, we don't have cycling lanes. And so how do we take this conversation to the policymakers? And how do we ensure that in future road constructions, we'll have lanes for cycling? Because if we want people to change, we need those things to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, it is true that a number of individuals and groups are doing monitoring. But currently, what I spoke about is the results from our monitoring activities, because we don't have access to their data. So what we are looking at, I think yesterday my boss mentioned when we celebrated the cleanliness in his welcome address that the EPA is responsible for doing the monitoring. But of course, we do that in collaboration with other partners. So whoever is installing monitors, should let us know. Then when we know that the monitors are there and others want to monitor, we know areas that are not covered so that we can spread it wide instead of people doing it in their own corner and then keeping the data to themselves. And if you are monitoring and you are keeping the data, we don't have access to it for decision making. So it is good that we all come together. And this year, the Clean Air Day speaks about, it's a stronger partnership. If we team up, I think we can do it better, and then we provide more data to the benefit of all Ghanaians. So yes, what I spoke about is from our monitoring activities, but we are looking at bringing all of us together so that we get the data and then we use it to benefit all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, your question is a very, very good question. We certainly need the infrastructure and also the motivation to ride cycles. So this is what we've been having some stakeholder engagement. So I think the last time we had a stakeholder engagement somewhere in a hotel in Tesano, and we intimated to the Directorate of Department of Urban Roads that we need to get to a point whereby cycling lanes, pavement are being incorporated into road infrastructure development. So for example, this road that they are constructing just across the hotel, we need to have some cycling lanes so that people know that they can cycle in comfort and with less risk to work, to market. So not until we have that, it becomes very, very difficult to promote cycling. And I agree with you, because you cannot be riding cycle in the middle of the street. You could easily be knocked down. Look at what happened was it Legon or KNUST just some months ago. It's the same thing with walking. For example, I say to myself, I walk a lot, early dawn walking in Cape Coast. But when I'm walking, I'm literally in the middle of the street. So sometimes you're walking and you're looking over your shoulder because a car might knock you down, because we don't have the pavement for you to walk. But again, there are places where we have the pavement. Look at Accra Central. What has happened to the pavement? They've been taken over by hawkers. So this is where we also need the district assemblies to enforce those regulations and get rid of all these traders from the pavement so that we could be able to walk and not ride in a bus to come to those places to shop. So I agree with you. There has to be an effort to develop the cycling infrastructure so that there could be a motivation for us to cycle and mitigate air pollution.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. So our panelists were Madame Selina Amoa, who is the head Environmental Quality Department of the EPA Ghana, and we also have Professor Kofi Amega, who is a senior lecturer, University of Cape Coast, and we also have Dr. Derek Safuyi Adom, who is the Principal Programs Officer, Climate Change Department of the EPA. So this is where we bring our session to an end, and thank you all so much for your active participation and engagement. A round of applause for ourselves, please.
Please, you can do it better.
Thank you so much. It was an honor to be your moderator for this session. Once again, I am Rosemary Balami. I'm the National Operator for Young Reporters for the Environment Ghana and also co-host of the SDG Hub on Asasi Radio 99.5. Please do well to listen every Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. Please, shall we have the panel remain as we take a quick picture? Please, a round of applause for the panel and to Rosemary for a great panel moderation. I think we can have the cultural troupe display as we wind down and take a breather. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for them as they take their seats. Cultural display, over to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our cultural team. Thank you for the amazing display of Ghanaian authentic culture. Please, a round of applause for them. You've got to cheer them up. They have so much energy. Thank you very much. At a point, I nearly joined in because when I saw the Rasta brother, he looks like a colleague of mine. Same stature. I knew I could dance, but the voice told me, stay in your lane and focus on your calling. Please, a round of applause for them. They've done amazing. We move on to our next and final panel, which is going to be more insightful and engaging. I know you've been waiting for this panel. These are where the solutions are practicalized and we speak about things that are happening in our communities that you can relate to. And this panel is on innovative solutions and best practices in safeguarding air quality in Ghana. So this pertains every one of us. And particularly with this panel, we will come back to hear from you what you think. What solutions would you propose from your households, for your community, and for your country? And to moderate this session is a very good sister and colleague of mine, Priscilla Ifwanyamiache, who is the project lead for GAYO's portfolio on just transition and energy. And she multiples as the current coordinator for the Youth Climate Council. And she is the former Miss GAYO 2023. Please, a round of applause for Ifwanyamiche Apia as she take over. Please, you can do better. Miss GAYO, former Miss GAYO.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, and I'm happy you are awake from this session. You are awake, those that are sleeping. And I'm thankful you've been with us till this session. And this session is looking at the innovative solutions, being it in the municipality, be it being led by CSOs, the solutions that are helping keep this air quality challenges we are facing in Ghana. From the previous sessions, we've seen how governments are engaging with other stakeholders to help solve this. And then we saw the data on how this has been a menace so far. Earlier this year was the first time I heard a national announcement for us to put on nose masks because the air quality is really bad. That means this is actually a problem now. And to help us do this, we will shed light on some people that are spearheading these innovations. So our first spotlight shines on Engineer Solomon Noy, who is a waste engineer at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, leading the change in integrating technology into urban waste management. Please help me welcome Engineer Noy. And our second spotlight is on Dr. Felix Hughes, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana. His research on air quality is shaping how we understand the science of air pollution, helping us turn data into action. Help me welcome Dr. Hughes. Then to our last person, who is in the person of Ms. Susanna Kwansa. She's leading an innovative solution with CESA. Is Ms. Susanna here? Please help me welcome Ms. Susanna. They are coming to shed light on how this has been working over the year. Right, let me join in. Welcome. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to really introduce you in the work that you are doing. I thought it would be better if you introduce yourself so that all of us here will know about the innovative things you are championing. So in 3 minutes, please tell us about yourself and what you've been doing. I start with Engineer Noy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm Engineer Solomon Noy, currently the Director of Waste Management Department at Accra Metropolitan Assembly. My background, a sanitary engineer by profession. I've been in the local government space for the past 23 years. And I have passion for the environment and make sure I dedicate everything towards Ghana, getting it right when it comes to climate change issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Noy.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alison Hughes. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Physics, University of Ghana. I'm an atmospheric physicist, and also I've done work in the energy sector. I head the air quality lab in the Department of Physics, University of Ghana. And out of our lab, we do so many things there. We are monitoring air quality, we are deploying sensors, we are training people how to analyze data. We also deal with data from satellite to see how these satellite data conform with the ground-based monitors. And so I also had a project which is called AfriSat, which is evaluating low-cost sensors from all across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Take the last one.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Susanna Kwanza, and I work with Sister Recycling Limited as the project manager. So as part of my duties, I offer education and creating awareness for organizations, religious bodies, and then schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a hand of applause again for my panelists. And starting with you, Engineer Noy. So throughout this session, I've been thinking on how air quality correlates with waste management. And I think from the presentation, it's helping me get a grasp of how this works. But as an engineer, we want to know and understand how waste management impacts air quality more into detail so that we'll know how we work across that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So straight to the point, inefficient waste management has a direct correlation on the air quality. And that is, if you take our municipal solid waste that we generate, it has so many components. Notably among them is organic waste. And for our recent studies, organic waste is still the highest waste generation composition that we have. It's around 53% for AMA, and on the average, it's about 60% for most municipalities across the country. Now, for organic waste, once you don't handle it very well in terms of its disposal, as soon as anaerobic conditions sets in, that is air not having access to the organic waste. If you take it to the landfill and it is covered by another waste and air is not penetrating to it, it naturally will start 4 chemical processes. 1, hydrolysis, then acidogenesis, then acetogenesis. The last one will be methanogenesis. That is, it comes naturally. And if you subject any organic matter to anaerobic conditions by not allowing air to go into it. And so, the last process, which is the methanogenesis, is the process that emits methane. And methane is one of the greenhouse gases that has a high global warming potential than carbon dioxide. So that is one. The other two is the non-organics, such as the polythenes, the plastics, all those petrochemical products that we find in our waste stream. If one doesn't take care and then you resort to burning, the emissions that come, very dangerous, very carcinogenic, and then very polluting. Whatever ppms that EPA will measure, they are very comparable in the pollutant levels. So that is how come inefficient waste management impacts heavily on the quality of air that we have.
Thank you very much, Engineer Noy. So coming to you, Susanna, as someone who is on the field and you are recycling these waste, can you point us to vividly how practically you are helping mitigate air quality around where you work due to the work you are doing, following up from where Engineer Noy stood?
Okay, so one point I can mention is that, like engineer already mentioned, it helps to reduce the amount of, as part of our duties, we help to reduce the amount of plastics that are sent to our landfills, and also reduce the amount of plastics that are found in our water bodies. If I remember vividly, somewhere in 2022, CISA had the opportunity of working with CSIR, the Water Department, Council for Scientific Industrial Research. And according to them, some fishermen were complaining that of late when they go for fishing, they end up fishing more plastics than the fishes. So they had a research with us, and at the end of the day, we realized that exactly what the fishermen said were true, and some of the fishes, or should I say the fishes in the sea, have already begun chewing the plastics. So through that, we are able to reduce the amount of plastics that are sent to the landfill. Again, through the recycling, we are also able to conserve our natural resources, in that when recycling takes place, it helps us to reuse a particular product that is already in the system, preventing us from going on to get new resources to create new ones. And then as part of our recycling also, we are able to create jobs, able to create sustainable jobs for people. At CISA, we've been able to employ close to 30 people, majority of which are women.
Yeah, thank you very much, Susanna, on that. Please do it better. Okay. So I'm coming to you, Dr. Hughes, someone pioneering research in these innovations. We are taking two things from you, but can you elaborate on the state of research in air quality now in Ghana? How does things look like in the area of quality air?
Okay, thank you. Now, the state is good, because when we started looking at air quality in Accra, sometime back in 2006, we had very limited data to look at. We also had very limited equipments to monitor the pollution. But over the years, we've seen how technology have evolved, and rapidly, with the influx of what we call the Internet of Things. We now have sensors which we did not have 10 or more years ago. And these sensors, as you heard, I think Selena talks about, sometimes we call them low-cost sensors, but we have decided to call them air sensors, because comparatively, when we look at our economy and the cost of these sensors, they may not be low cost. $250 could be low cost to someone in the global north, but not in the global south, where we have a lot of, things to do with $250. Now, so what we have done over the years is to look at, we studied air quality in Accra since 2006. I did that on my PhD and continuing with various research groups. One of the research groups I serve with consists of various researchers from the UK, the US, Canada, and also Ghana. And we've studied the quality of air since the last 5 years, looking at what we call particulate matter. Those are very small, tiny particles that you cannot see with your eyes, but these are the particles that exist in the air, and we breathe them, and they go directly into our lungs. We've also looked at the gases, like the nitrogen oxides, ozone, and these are also harmful gases. Now, for the focus, we have been studying the PM2.5 because of its health implications. Now, PM2.5, they are very tiny particles, but they contain very toxic chemicals. And so we look at the levels in the ambient environment. Also, we do household monitoring. And then we also want to understand those small particles, what is the constituents in terms of the elemental composition? What are those toxic elements? What are the heavy elements? And so over the period, we have seen that we have been able to generate more data. We have been able to come up with more findings. And as you heard from the EPA yesterday, they launched the Air Quality Management Plan for Greater Accra. And in that plan, most of our research have been used to develop that plan. And so our research are influencing policy because we work along with the EPA, we work along with Ghana Health Service and other related institutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hughes. Coming back to you, Engineer Noy, we are looking at solutions and technologies in this session. So we want to understand what the municipality is doing, what technology solutions have you rolled out currently that is helping monitor air quality around the municipalities and also help to mitigate it. So like solutions around that.
Yes, thank you very much. So for us, our job is to ensure that we improve on our practices that will lead to a reduction of pollution in the air. And what do I mean? We want to go by best practices, and professionalism is the key word. We conducted researches over the years, and we realized that we've implemented so many technologies to manage our waste. One of them is the material recovery facilities that through public-private partnerships with the Jospon Group were brought in. But then it doesn't holistically solve the problem. What do I mean? If you put waste together the way we currently practice, then it does not allow for processing. And so we launched our source separation of waste in 2022. We are in the first phase, which is sensitization, and we'll step it up. The issue is the material recovery facility is mechanical in nature that will separate the municipal solid waste into its various components. Now, the problem is with the organics. If you have one dustbin where you put your used batteries, your chemicals, your everything that goes into that bin. So at the end of the day, how can this machine, mechanical in nature, be able to separate the dangerous acid, lead acid, from the organics? So it means you would have gotten some components of the organic waste from the mixed waste, all right, but it is heavily contaminated. And so the final product, which is the compost that will come out, will not be fit for purpose. And that is how come no artificial intelligence can do the separation than we human beings. I can't imagine any artificial intelligence that can do and say this is organic. It won't work. And so we are hammering on the source separation of waste. And we've gone a step further. If you visit Accra Metropolitan Assembly right now as we speak, we are in the process of installing an on-site biogas system, a unit, where our restaurant, which is open to the public, the food residues from the restaurant will serve as feedstock for this anaerobic digester right there, and then the biogas that will be generated will be channeled back to the restaurant to power it in fueling the kitchen. Just to demonstrate to the public that this is doable, we will be scaling this up by going into bigger biodigesters, but then our aim is not to channel the digester, the biogas into electricity as is being done by Safisana, but we want to solve an environmental problem. And that is, we want to compress this gas so that we can bottle it. Once you produce the biogas and you don't subject it to a temperature of like minus 10 degrees Celsius, that can actually liquefy to be able to fill in the cylinders, it won't work. So we know of all this. Now, what that seems to cure is that when Madam Selina was giving her presentation, she told us that charcoal, firewood was part of the causes of pollution. So what is so beautiful, like you getting your food waste so separated, it comes to our anaerobic digesters, it produces biogas, compressed, and then you take your cylinder, it is filled for you at an affordable rate, lower than LPG, so that you don't go to the mangroves, to the farms, and then buy charcoal for cooking. And once we do that, the methane which would have been generated has been compressed into a useful product, and then at the same time, we cut down on the use of what we call biomass. Then the digestate, which is the digested sludge that will be maintained within the digesters, will also be recouped and then composted for composting. So these are some of the innovations we want to go, and they are not novelties, they are done elsewhere in the world, and why can't we also do the same? Thank you.
So why can't we also do the same? Leaving you on that, we are looking at the effectiveness of this. As you've just portrayed it, it sounds pretty much very good if the municipality is able to do that. And even looking at you installing it and getting people to bring their waste and getting gas at an affordable rate, it sounds very good. How do you envision its effectiveness and its ability to scale to other municipalities? Because that's one of the things we don't see in Ghana. We start projects that looks very good on paper but doesn't get anywhere.
Sure, we are mindful of that. So in this particular project, we are not alone. We are doing this together with our 7 other municipal assemblies that recently, around 2017 or 2018, thereabout, were all part of the AMA, but they became autonomous on their own. So in our trainings, in our seminars, sensitization, we involve them in the workshops. And then scaling up, all these installations will be done in their minutes, because when you talk about the city of Accra, and I ask right now, where is the jurisdiction of Accra? Certainly it is not AMA. It spans as far as to Amasaman. So we cannot be doing things in silos, and we intend to achieve that result. We will not. But then the problem lies with funding. In scaling up, that's what I talked about in the morning. Governments need to get that understanding that, for instance, the organics, no company is ready to serve as an off-taker for the organics. Because why? It doesn't make economic sense. You will hardly break even. But we are solving an environmental problem, and that is how come government will have to invest in the capital expenditure for the infrastructure to be provided, or if it is the on-site systems, subsidies given to applicants, so that the cost of the owning the equipment becomes less, but then you spend on the operations. Because if you are using your own organic waste generated in your home to produce biogas, definitely you are making savings in buying LPG. But then the capital expenditure involved in rolling and upscaling such projects is the problem. And then as a country, we must look on to government, not foreigners. Or in Ghana, I may say that we are sick. I don't know if I say this becomes controversy. All our sanitation-related projects are donor funded. Why? In life, if you are not so sick to the extent that you cannot help yourself to attend nature's call, that is when you need assistance of somebody to come and assist you. As a country, can't we generate the needed funding to implement these solutions for ourselves than to rely on donor funding? It's rhetorical anyway.
Thank you, Engineer Noy. So I think this is food for thought. And as Ernest elaborated, just from this session, we'll have an open discussion. So pin down all your points and concerns from this panel, and we'll elaborate on that in the next session. Coming to you, Dr. Hughes. And I saw you brought some monitors and all that, like the innovations you've been doing. And as Madame was talking, she mentioned that most of these innovative monitors are very expensive. And from your lab, it looks like you are doing a lot of work on how you can produce such monitoring devices. Can you elaborate a bit on what you're doing with the monitors and how you are deploying them?
Thank you. So, like you rightly said, when I entered this room this morning, I think we've been here close to 5 hours, 4 hours. I wanted to know how the quality of air in this room, because we spend most of our time indoors, right? So I brought this monitor. It's a simple monitor, handheld, and I can tell you that the air we breathe in here is quite good. All right? It's far below the EPA standard of 35 micrograms per meter cube, and within the WHO standard of 15 micrograms per meter cube for 24 hours. And so we are here. You can see it's 14.3. So this shows that it's important for us to have devices to help us, breathe cleaner air. You don't want to enter a place where you find it's very toxic, and at the end of the day, you leave, feeling sick. And so these devices have been developed from what we call micro controllers, very small sensors that have been developed, and we have them in our department. These are not made in Ghana, but we are hoping that by the next year, we will have a Ghana-made sensor. And so that's what we are working towards. Because if we have them, then the costs will go down. For a sensor like this, you will pay about $500, but we can develop a sensor under $100. And so that's what we've been working on in our department. Madam told you about the reference monitors. These reference monitors are very expensive. They can be in the range of $50,000 to almost $80,000, $90,000 US dollars. And so these ones, when we compare them with the very expensive reference monitors, we see that they are quite cheap. That's why they are called low-cost sensors. And these monitors, the problem with them is that sometimes they either overestimate or underestimate. And because they are now finding their way into Africa, into Ghana, we've set up an installation at the University of Ghana Department of Physics, where we take these monitors, put them close to the reference monitors. We call them co-location. We co-locate them and see how well they perform with these very expensive monitors, which are the gold standard. And so then when we look at it, we can then be able to correct them so that they read exactly like what the reference monitors would read. These reference monitors are huge. You cannot take them around. I could not bring that reference monitors in this room, but I could easily bring this. And so with the EPA, we've been deploying some of these sensors across the country, Madam Selina told you, to have an idea of what the quality of air looks like in the various localities. Besides that, NASA has a satellite that goes over the country twice a day, one in the morning at 11 and in the afternoon at 3. What we are also trying to do is to use the satellite data with these ground-based monitors to be able to validate the satellite data, and then we can be able to tell what is the quality of air in areas that we don't have any monitoring. So that's one of the things that we are also doing. And then we do what we call correction and then validation of these low-cost sensors. I've brought a few, we'll show them at the back, maybe when you close, and you will see that they are very small, but they can be able to give us the right, the trace, the trend is good, the data collection is good, and now they are even being advanced where we put solar panels on them, and you can put them where you don't have to go every day to check them. The data are uploaded to a cloud, you download the data, and then you can use this data. We've talked a lot about, policy, we talk a lot about air pollution, but if you don't have data, there's no way you can make any headway. You need to know how the various interventions we've heard this morning, how these interventions are working. Is it reducing the quality of air, or it is still the same? And then also, you realize that when there's methane, we often hear that Accra is the most polluted city in the world. I often argue with the media because when you check, they are comparing Accra with India, they are comparing Accra with Europe. Those areas don't experience methane dust. But we've now understood how that particular sensor that the media uses to write the stories operate, because we have evaluated them and we have seen that that particular sensor overestimate even our reference monitors. So now we know that, we are in talks with the manufacturer to look at the algorithm, because at times they can create fear and panic. And so we have all of these reports on our website. I encourage you to just go to Google and do www.afriset, afriset.org, afriset.org, and you will see all the reports. We've put it there so that in case any of you want to do a project using these sensors, you can see how they perform, which one will be the right one for you to choose. Also, if you want to do a project, come and visit our center in the Department of Physics. We invite all of you. We are open to collaborations. Some of you are doing very good work in the communities. You want to monitor, we can assist you. Recently, we gave some journalists some of these personal monitors, and they use it to see the pollution when you enter a trotro from Tema Station to Odoko to Achimota to Adenta. And you see that when we ride these vehicles, we are exposed to a lot of air pollution. Yeah. And then they also did the studies to look at how you would be exposed if you were in a vehicle with air conditioner or you were in the vehicle with no air conditioner. And I think that they show that closing the windows helps, okay? But it's expensive, driving an air-con car. The other thing is that if people in trotros are being exposed, what about those who are hawking? What about those who are pedestrians? Yeah. We heard about people advised to do cycling. So these monitors can be put on a bicycle, and you ride within your neighborhood and see the level of air quality that you are exposed to. We have a lot of research we have done in Nima, in Jamestown, in Asalon Down, in East Legon, where we compare these areas and see, because there are different socio-economic status. So we wanted to understand at the same time the air that is breathed in Nima, how is it in East Legon, how is it in Asylum Down. Our research papers are all available online, or if you need me to help you to find them, they are there. And out of these, we share with all stakeholders, and together we work with policymakers to be able to enhance and come up with clean air policy.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Thank you very much. Please, a hand for him. And wrapping up to you, Susanna, I think you are doing quite a lot of things to help mitigate zero waste, because we've learned about the linkages between zero waste and clean air. Can you just share with us some of the initiatives you've been working on and how we can scale them?
Initiatives as a recycling organization or for us in general?
No, as a recycling organization,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing I can say is that the recycling at our center, one thing that we are able to do is that we do more of the education and creating of awareness. And then also we provide bins, collection bins for schools, religious bodies, organizations at a small fee. You give us something small, then we give you a bin for the collection. But one thing that is a huge challenge to us at our end is that in the bin we've written plastics, we've written can, paper, but then you go for collection, the guys will go for collection and then they'll call, Madam, please pardon me to speak to you. Yakoye no mudi nyama ni na frau. It's in nyamano. I think that this one, it starts with all of us. We need to change our mindsets because we are doing our best. If you don't put in efforts as individuals, it's not going to help us as a recycling organization. Because after picking it, you have to take it to your center. Employ more hands to do the segregation. Sometimes people go as far as putting baby pampers, used sanitary pads, and the rest in it. So I think we need to change our mindsets as individuals. The government will do their best, but if we don't put in efforts as individuals also, it won't help.
Thank you very much, Susanna. So we had on this panel exploring. Yeah.
Just one thing. I think instead of just writing plastics and other things, put a photo there. Because not everyone who can read and write, and put it maybe where it's legible, they can see, you know. I don't know where you place it, inside or outside. Outside. Okay. Then it means that there should be more awareness creation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my panelists. We had on this panel Susanna Kwanzaa, Dr. Felix Hughes, and Engineer Solomon Noy, who shared very insightful solutions to all this we've talking about. My name is Ifwanya Mechapia, and I was honored to be your moderator for this session. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them. And thank you, Efwa, for an amazing moderation. Shall we take a picture quickly? Let me clarify. When she said that they provide beans, we all knew where we were thinking. That's not the beans we were talking about, recycled beans.
Hi, sorry, I didn't ask for your questions because we have a session and they'll be right here. And as we go through the session, you're able to ask any question or any concerns you had during this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Efwa. Please, let's give them a hand again, one more time. Please, we are almost closing the session, so kindly collaborate with us. I think we have about 2 more hours to go. We will finish in no time. I mean, I just wanted to test your pulse. I mean, in the next 5 minutes. Please, let's help welcome another beautiful sister of mine who is a project assistant for the Zero Waste Accra project at GAYO to lead us in the next session very briefly. Please, a round of applause for Jennifer Adombila.
Thank you, Ernest. A round of applause to all of us. It's been a long day, but we've done really, really well. Thank you. So in respect of time, let's phrase our questions precisely so it doesn't look like they are just general wonderings, so that we can answer them very quickly and we identify who the question is for and they can address them and we are out of here. So this session is live on all our social media handles at GAYO Ghana. If you need any of it after this, you have access to our social media handles and you can have access to it. Let's take the first question.
Okay, question or comments, right?
Question or comment, but very brief. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Richmond Kennedy Kwaku. I'm a merchant navy officer by profession, but I am with the NGO Plastic Punch. We use citizen science to inspire behavioral change and coming up with sustainable waste management solutions. I have a few questions for everyone. Madam Selina, Dr. Alison Hughes, and for Mr. Noy. So 13 years ago, I wrote my thesis on the viability of plastic pollutants as a raw material. At the time, I was looking at using these plastics and turning them back into fuel through the pyrolysis system. Over the years, we've come to realize, or during the course of that study, 13, 12 years ago, I realized that the environmental impact and emissions are even more than keeping the plastics in the environment, to say it or to quote it that way, of that emission, trying to put that fuel back into using that pyrolysis process. So then, with all the discussion, my mind is going around. I also know of certain projects and universities trying to come up with the same system, which I considered a failed project 12 years ago. I accessed 17 existing structures around the world. None of the facilities were still existing after 2 years of my project, because all the existing facilities were heavily subsidized or were not able to get feedstock at the end of the day. Now we are in Ghana. I know I can mention 3 projects who are doing this, including universities. Now, in curing MNS, and because we speak about air quality right now, my question would be, and it's very great that Professor Hughes is here and Madam Selina is here for the monitoring. These projects or pilots going around, have we measured the environmental impact? If we have not, I believe this is something we should consider. Also, in the policy direction, I want to remind all of us about Africa's position on all this incineration and ridiculous technologies. It's very intentional, the word, ridiculous technologies that the West is putting on us. We should be mindful. There's waste colonialism. People are finding places to throw their trash. And systems like this are a big catalyst to enhance these things over here. We don't want to be a dump over here in Ghana. And it is really great to see all the actors here, enforcement, academia. So my question really is, 1, have we started to monitor such pilots? And 2, what are the plans to monitor this? And if we monitor and we realize things have gone wrong, how do we start? Where do we go? Thank you very much, GAYO, Gaia, for your missions. Great. Thanks for having us and more punching.
Thank you.
I think so. So Jennifer, how do we go about it? Do we receive responses to the queries right away, or we accumulate them?
Like I think said from the beginning, can we have just questions? Because I know a lot of people have questions, so we don't take the time of them. Then we can go around and have our panelists answer.
All right, so we should take all the questions.
Yes.
All right. It would be so unfair to take another one from this table. Okay.
One question per table.
Yes, this goes to the zero waste lady. So back in Europe, they have this tokenized, or you can call it a subsidized system, where when you separate your waste, you actually have a reduction in payments, for example, if the people come around. So have they tried something like this? Because I know how effective that is, and we can talk about that.
All right. Can I see more hands so I just map you out easily? 1, 2.
Hello, I'm Thomas Abuga, CEO of Comfort Ghana. I want to thank GAYO, Gaia, for this opportunity, being Accra, to build my capacity more on clean air. Actually, when we come to climate change, clean air, we've all learned no ban. Back at my place, the rural area, I've been engaging women and the communities. I even think the issue about climate change is still a problem for them to understand. Plastic waste is becoming a menace. I try engaging them on how we have alternatives, but these rural folks don't even understand that burning leads to our health hazards. I've started campaigns with children on zero waste. I just want the panel to see how effectively we'll implement this zero waste from the grassroots. Gaia is having clubs. I think it's the right way to go. But how are we going to explain this to the rural folks always? Thank you very much.
So to the grassroots and the indigenous or the community level. Hey, it was just one hand here. No, it's 2. Jennifer, what do? Do we take both or we take one?
We take one from each table. We are running far outside.
So do you say gender balance or?
Gender balance, thank you.
How do I even know that it was balanced? So gender. I say first come, first serve.
Thank you very much. So my name is Noah. I'm with United Youth Initiative for Africa. My question is, we're talking about waste segregation and then point source and all of that, but at the end of the day, our waste management institutions in that capacity in terms of logistics to go around, collect plastics separately, or do they have these tracks that can do that? Because sometimes we segregate in our homes because we've been taught we are environmentalists, but at the end of the day, they come for the waste and then they mix everything. So then all your efforts is just zero at the end of the day. So as we talk about this, how well have we engaged these waste management institutions and how well positioned are they to facilitate this whole cause that we are trying to look forward to? Thank you.
A very good question.
Thank you very much. Please, my question is, all of us here, we want to settle a problem. But what do you do to your waste in the house? Do you segregate your waste? If no, then please, let's start. And secondly, I want to ask EPA, what are you doing to the plastic waste industries? What are you doing to them? Because it's like they are always bringing the problem. And what are we doing to them? Do we still maintain that they should produce the plastics as it's giving us a problem? Thank you.
So you mean the plastic producers? Yes. Yeah. In this case, the polluters. So I don't know for our panel members or experts who goes first. EPA will answer that. Anyone ready to respond to
that? Thank you. So I will tackle the one on the logistics, whether we are ready with logistics to be able to do such separation. Yes, so the issue is with waste management, we start from up to down. You must know where your infrastructure is. You must have the infrastructure in place. You must have the logistics in place. You must even review the bylaws or the bylaws of the local assembly such that the waste service providers, if you are going to deploy fleets or procure fleets, they must be in the fleet or the container must be in compartments that will come to save fuel, but different waste will go into different compartments. Like we have fan milk vans, fan yogo, fan milk. That is how it's supposed to be. Even if it is the informal sector, we are reviewing our bylaws such that a particular cooperative or group of informal operators are dedicated for only a particular stream of waste. They don't go carrying waste and later on go to the market to carry yam. No. So with all this, you cannot roll it out effectively or efficiently if the infrastructure to handle the source-separated material is not there. And that's why we are being cautious. We are drumming home sensitization, education, at the same time exploring, demonstrating, and piloting sites. Then, once we get the buy-in and the needed funding, definitely we'll take off, and by that, the logistics should not be a problem.
This is undoubtedly a long-term goal.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the one on the pyrolysis of the materials. But I mentioned that one of the process that undertakings have to go through is to do the impact assessment. And the impact assessment, you do a thorough assessment of the project that you're undertaking, what the likely impacts are, and then what you are going to do to mitigate the impact to meet any national standard that is in place. So if you go through that, then you can identify. And then with the pyrolysis, I think the major impact is the emission. So once you do that, you should put systems in place to ensure that whatever comes out, the final emissions that is released into the atmosphere meets the standard that is available. But one of the challenges we are facing is that most of the time when it comes to going through the impact assessment, it is not done properly because consultants are contracted to do that. And instead of looking at the project and identifying what the real issues are, so that to put the right mitigation measures there, they try to just cook something for data for you that the thing is fine and then it goes through. So it comes to the implementation stage, then it becomes an issue. And the challenge when we're doing the review is that when you bring some of these things out, people out there think that you are frustrating somebody from bringing investment into the country that is going to generate employment and whatever, instead of putting the systems in place to be able to deal with the issues. So I agree with him. Some of the projects are not sustainable. But we also need to understand that it is not all projects that we can undertake in this country. Some, you may try to solve one, and then you bring other problems that may even be heavier than the one that you are trying to solve. So we should understand that when we assess the issues and realize that what is coming out of what we want to do is more than what we're trying to solve, we should just shelve it and then look for other alternatives, because the pyrolysis is not the only solution to the plastic waste that we want to deal with. I think that is what I would say about it. But with the issue about the companies using the plastic, Letitia, can you please?
Thank you. You're talking about the companies that produce their plastics, right? And you're saying, can we not stop them from producing? Yeah, there was something on single-use plastic that was being worked on. And if you are taking something out, you are providing an alternative. Until the alternative exists, it is readily available, it is cheaper, then you'll be creating another problem. So sometimes we think that it should be now, but we should also understand that it takes process, it takes time. It takes even your stakeholders buying in and everybody agreeing that, yes, we want to do this. Currently, there are negotiations going on, INEC, on plastics. And I can tell you here that the people funding that event are these producers. Whose interest do you think they'll protect? Yes, whose interest do you think they'll protect? You just give me a response. They fund you. The people who are going to negotiate, they provide the monies for them to travel. So when Mr. Noy was saying that if we are not sick, what is wrong? So for me, these are the realities. Yeah, so let's tell ourselves and let's agree. And you agree with me that this solution is beyond you and I. It is beyond you and I because we have not decided to step up and demand what is right to be done. We say that somebody was asking me, what will the government do? Who is the government? It is you and I. How many times have we told them that, oh, you are telling me why are we there as EPA? If you take Galamsey, is it not a criminal thing that is happening? Are we equipped to deal with criminal issues? So I said, I want to say that some of the things we have to step up. So in the phasing out is in bits and pieces. We have to decide what we want as a people. They'll tell you it's bringing employment. It is boosting our GDP. It is bringing livelihoods. But do we ask at what cost? At what cost? At what cost are we providing the employment? At what cost are we providing the livelihood? So these are some of the issues that we have to sincerely respond to as a people and say that, okay, I'll allow this in my community. I will not allow this in my community. Then we ask ourselves, are we really prepared to take our people to task? Aunt Selina was talking and saying that, you know that some of the projects, they will not work. But somebody too will see you as being an impediment in his way of in the way of his investment or her investment. What do you do about it? This is somebody who is eking out a living. Is he going to leave his job because somebody above you or somebody with power, so-called power, will prevent? The best we can do is to put all our technical, honestly speak to the issues, put everything we know to the fore, and then the decision makers will make that decision. So with the phasing out, until we provide the alternatives readily available, cheaper, we cannot do a phase out immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jacob, I don't know if you know what is going on now. You remember after INC, there was a post-survey to collect people's concerns on these to feed in what the AGN will represent when it go to the next negotiations. And these documents were shared with us, and most of us didn't even make any input. I don't know if it didn't go as far as it should, or if the language, I'm sorry, it went. Maybe because you could clearly tell that everyone has an opinion in this conversation, and it's very important. Let me go to Dr. Hughes.
Yeah, so my contribution to this is that there are good practices around. I mean, I go to Kigali, there's no use of plastics. In fact, if you take plastics there, you can be fined. So I think it's the issue of taking a policy direction and enforcing it. But the other side of this is that until we realize that plastic has now become a good resource, all right? Now, I have worked in NEMA for a while. Prior to, 2006, there was so much plastic. Go there now. You see, everyone is speaking of the sachet because there's value to it. I met a lady, very young, who works with a plastic company that provides these water tanks. and she told me she just started her company. This company, she started it because her company was, importing raw material to make the tanks, the water tanks. Now, she cannot even get the raw material because the demand is high. All right? What she does is that she bought the machine, went to Germany, brought the machine to pelletize these plastics. Now she supply her company and also supply other polytanks company. So if we see plastic, it can be a raw material for other industries. And I believe most of you have gone around and seen how people use plastics to make laptop bags and all kinds of things. So it's a matter of recycling. I think that's where we have the challenge. Our panelists talk about how they ask people to segregate their waste, and we are not ready to do that. So they have to go and segregate the waste. I know of someone somewhere in Adenta who is recycling plastic, But the ultimate is that we can go back to the days when we used paper bags, all right? And now the plastics that are being used in Rwanda are the biodegradable ones. So we can also decide that we'll only use the biodegradable plastics. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heath. Jennifer, over to you.
Thank you so much. I wish we had enough time to take everyone's concerns and address them before we leave here. However, you still have the opportunity to approach the right people to address your concern. Now, this is what I like to do. We can all complain, but a lot of things work on demand and supply. So, this is my challenge to you. If you are going to the market, go with a shopping bag, not a plastic. Go with a shopping bag. Do not accept anything wrapped in a single-use plastic. The change starts from you. Replicate that in your office activities. Tell people to come with a bowl, a spoon, and a water bottle. Give them dispenser bottle style kind of water. Don't give them single-use bottles. Now, when you are organizing your office events, ask the venue to give you dispenser and glassware to have your activities. That change starts from you. Count how many plastics you cut back on, and you realize that the change you seek is the one that you live by. Thank you so much. Let's have Jacob for the rest of the session.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Jennifer. I know most of us are taking the last statement personal.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and thank you very much all. I'm very mindful of the time, so it's just something small I'm going to say. We've spoken a lot today, and there have been a lot of things that have been said, a lot of problems identified, a lot of solutions also preferred. And I mean, it's very tempting to wade into the plastic conversation. The little I will say on that is that you don't need to create a problem and go and look for the solution. If you have the option of preventing the problem, please do so. Let's not wade into the plastic issue as though it is some savior and we cannot live without it. Beyond the fact that it's creating waste, the science has also shown that you need to mix it with chemicals in order to get it to the form you want it to. So chemicals like the pair and polyfluoroalkyls that have the tendency to bioaccumulate, all these comes with a plastic. And so we can decide to recycle all we want, but then you cannot recycle the chemicals that we're ingesting. My challenge to all of us is that we're going to have lunch. And we've also heard that when you take organic waste, food waste to landfills, they produce methane. Like I said, let us not create a problem and look for the solution. Do not give us organic waste to compost. Cut down waste production. So as you go out for lunch, as you go out to the buffet, I mean, it's a buffet service. You can eat once, twice, 3 times. You can keep going back. So only dish the amount of food that you can eat. When you finish eating and it's not enough, you can go back. Do not create a problem and look for the solution. Thank you very much.
I see a lot of smiling faces. Please, a round of applause for Jacob. Richard Mate is looking at me, saying in his head, how can you tell me the story? We paid for it and we need to eat. Anyways, please, on that note, can we welcome Mabel Lai, who is the project coordinator for the Zero Waste project in GAYO, or at GAYO, to help us with the modalities for the lunch. Mabel, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, I hope everybody has their coupon. Oh, okay, you don't have yours. Okay, also. Patrick, please. Some people do not have their their coupons. Please, Candy will attend to you shortly. So if you have your coupon, please, when we are done, when you go out, you turn to your right. When you are almost at the stairs, there is a door on your right again. And Bamboo 1 and 2, that's where we are having our lunch. Please, I hope everybody got that. Okay, thank you very much. So let me just go straight and then close this session. Okay. It has been a wonderful day. We've had a lot of discussion, a lot of contribution, passionate debates, and amongst others, and maybe a little bit of disagreements. But that's how we know that we are serious on this cause. After all, clean air, we can't afford to tiptoe around this issue. We need bold actions, and we need it now. I hope today's conversation have each of us rethinking on our approaches to ensuring cleaner air, healthier environments for all. We know the air can be very, it's not something we cannot live with, it's something we all breathe in, and we all have to take accountability for that. To close today's session, I would like to leave us with three major things. And one thing that we all have to take pen and write down is breathe deep. My explanation for breathe deep is let's remind ourselves daily on the matters of clean air, not just for us, not just for the community, not just for our neighbors, but also for our unborn children. We have to make sure that we keep our air cleaner for them to also inherit it from us, because it's not just for us, it's for everybody. The second one is stay connected. Change doesn't happen in isolation, just like Madam Salina said. We all have to work together, keep the momentum going, and make sure that we work to get a cleaner air. And the last one that I would like to say is we should all stay connected. Let's all try our possible best, keep the connections that we've made today. I'm sure a lot of people have connected with each other, trying to find where CSOs, MMDs can come together and work together, not also forgetting policymakers and governmental institutions. Let's just work together with them, because GAYO alone, Gaia, Clean Air Fund, and Ladate Kotopon Municipal Assembly cannot do it alone. We all need collective hand to make this work. So as we move here today, let's all remember that when we breathe air, we breathe life, so we don't have to contaminate it. Thank you very much. And on this note, I would like to move this meeting or this conference to a closure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together. A very big one for our supporters and sponsors for this particular conference. Just some few announcements and we are out of here. These are souvenirs and stickers from AfriSet. Kindly head to the table and you get an amazing sticker and a pen, branded pen from AfriSet. And you can also engage them for any collaborative initiative you want to go on. And also, very importantly, all speakers should kindly remain in their seat. Their souvenirs will be brought to them. They don't need to go out. And everyone that is headed out should make sure they go to the registration desk to sign and also take an important, souvenir from them, because that is super important. You don't want to go without seeing the registration desk for that particular last item. Margaret, I can't hear you, so if you could speak up, I know. Oh, okay, so that is the registration desk. Please, even if you are not going for lunch, just go there first. Sign and get an amazing souvenir before you leave. God bless you all for making it today, and God bless us for having a fruitful discussion. My name is Ernesto Fori Wesley, and I was your MC for today. Bye-bye.